Now that we had some fun and we sculpted this kind of block out of the main shapes, just like most of it by memory, like with what we saw in our previous chapters about like the muscles, the muscle groups, and like the proportions and everything. Now what we will do is we'll move one step forward, and for this we will start working with a bit more clear references. Until now we had this in the side, but we didn't like pay much attention of the references. It was just to get like some main shapes, like kind of a block out done. But now what we will do is we will come. I brought here in our pure ref, I brought some new references that we will be using. So if we come here, we open here. This is our guy Enrique that we will use him as a reference for, and we will use it to project the textures later in our body. That we use it already in the course from the face. And we will use him even if he's not exactly the body that we want for our character. Because we have the references in all the different views, we will use him as a base at the beginning, and we will try to follow his body type for now, and then we will take like some references a bit more closer to the muscles that we want in our character, like this guy, for example, for the torso, and we will start working like all the bulking of the muscles and all the more like secondary shape and broad details. Like we will do it from these references, and not so much as him, because like he's lacking a bit of muscle compared with our character, right? But for the entire thing at the beginning, we will start working with our guard here, and once in a while we will jump to these references to take a look and start defining some of the muscles a bit stronger here, especially in the torso. That because like even if we are creating the entire character, like all this area here of the legs is not going to be seen because it will be covered. So we will focus most of our efforts of the torso on the torso. But anyway, we will work on the legs as we did with the crochet and everything. And also I keep our crochet here, like just as a reference of like where are the muscles and everything. So yeah, let's move forward again to ZBrush and let's start going a bit more in detail and start working on defining a bit more the shapes that we have now. in this lesson, what we will do is we'll open a bit the arms and the legs of this character to kind of get him more in an 8 pose. And that will allow us to solve a bit better all these areas. At the moment, as everything is so compressed that it will be really tough to sculpt there and also to do the retopology. So what we will do now is we will open a bit more the arms, open slightly more the legs to have space, as I mentioned, to sculpt and then to do the retopo of all the body. And then after that, once we have the retopo done, we will go back and pose the character in the pose that he has here. So for now, I will come to our character, and the main, I think I can move this around here. I put it in my other monitor, and now what I will do is with pressing Control, and with at the moment I have this square to do the mask, but what I will do here is I will come here to stroke, and I will come to lasso, and keeping symmetry on all the time, I will come here and start masking this over. And as you see, most probably I will end masking something that I shouldn't mask. Let me see. This doesn't look so bad. So I will come now again from the back and mask this here. Then we will, most probably will need to fix a lot of stuff here. And I will come and change to our freehand masking. And I will try to get this line a bit more. There we go. In a stage like this, I like to mask until the shoulder itself. So, and I will put the pivot here. And then these will break a bit, like the shape, but then we will need to resculpt. Most probably, always when you pose a character, you will need to resculpt some of the areas because it's not a proper joint that we are doing. So for this, what I would do is I will come here. And as you see here, we have at the moment only one polygroup. So I will come here to polygroups, and I will do an auto group to get, not an auto group. It's like I will group mask here. And now what we will have is we will have this as a different polygroup. So what this will allow us is to later select these like much easier, right? So for example, if now I go out from the mask, I can come here, and if I press Ctrl Shift, I can isolate this. And for example, now I can check if, see, I masked some things wrong. So what I will do for that is I will come here. I will come to display properties, double. And so now I can see a bit better. See, there are some areas that I masked that they were wrong. So for these, now that I have this isolated, I will press Ctrl Shift again. And I will come to my stroke again and do the lasso tool. With the Ctrl Shift, if I do this and it's in green, it will isolate that area. But if I do Ctrl Shift Alt, this will get in red, and I will mask out some of the things and hide some of these areas. And I will do the same with this one here. See what I mean? That we need to start posing these in a bit more an open pose, because this gets really tricky to edit. So now that I come here, let me see how is this. If I press Ctrl Shift and I slide the mouse, we have this. See, for example, all these errors, we will need to fix it once we open the arms, right? So I think once I'm more or less happy with this, I will do an auto group. So now this change to another color, and then I will switch like this and do an auto group again. And now we have these as different polygroups. So let me see. I will come now. If I come here, I will select this. But see, as you see now, as we did the auto groups, now these are different polygroups, right? So what I want to do is I will press Ctrl F again to see a wireframe, and then here I will, with a brush selected, I will come here and there we go. Yeah. And hide this and then unhide this one. Sorry, I will do like this. I will mask all this, unhide, and then invert this, pressing Ctrl and pressing just the click on anywhere in the viewport. And now I will do group mask. Okay, so now we have these groups here. And I'm having an issue there. So let me do this. Oh, so I'll do this one, and invert it and group visible. There we go. So now we have our nice arm selected. And I will do the same with the legs at the moment. So if I press Ctrl and I will come now to our lasso again. And I will come here and mask all this. Ctrl and Alt to unmask. Let me see. I will unmask some of this area here. And here I will leave the butt a bit less mask. So, but yeah, let's do like this. Let's mask everything until the butt here. And make sure that we mask all this here. There was no mask. So here I have this issue. So what I would do again is I will press Ctrl, come here, freehand, and with Ctrl Alt, I will unmask all this area. So now that all this is unmasked, later once we have our topology done, we will do polygroups with UVs. But for now, this might do a trick. So we come here. Let me unmask a bit more. Like that is okay. And I will come here and group mask. And now we have these polygroups for the torso, for the arms, and for the legs. So now the first thing I will do is I will come to the arms and using, once we have our gizmo selected, I will come here, press Ctrl in one of the areas, and then I will press X to smooth this selection. Okay, so as you see here, this is not so sharp, because if we do it super sharp and then want to rotate this will like do some weird stuff. So I won't go like super soft, but I will press a couple of times X. And then for this, I prefer to use, instead of this gizmo, I prefer to use the transpose tool. So if you press Y, you switch, as I mentioned before, from the gizmo to the transpose. And for this one, what I do is I come here, select from the joint, come to the arm here, and press from here. If you are in, for example, at the moment we are in move, right? So we don't want this. What we want is to rotate, and we will open slightly the arms and see what I said. Like, as I mask until the shoulder, until the deltoid, like you can see that it kind of feels like a soft and natural movement, right? If I would mask from here, for example, like, and I wouldn't include the deltoid, it will break the shape of the arm. So like this, I have like a more natural thing. Then for sure we will need to edit the pec here, the pectoralis, so it kind of you can feel that it's still connected to the humerus. But at the moment, like this is good. And what I would do also is I would move slightly the arms a bit forward. And I think that with that will be okay. Again, as I mentioned before, I will need to fix this stuff a bit, but I think this is good for now. And then I will do the same with the legs. I will just, while being in the transpose, I will press Ctrl and select the legs. Press X a few times. And let me see if I mask like this, how this behaves. If I'm not happy with that, I most probably will mask the glutes. So come here, try to go on the joint. So as we remember, we have the joint of the femur in this area here, right? Like in here. So I will come here. I'm not doing this. If I do this from here, like see, this looks really awkward. So we need to remember where are the joints. And as we see, we have this joint here. I go until the middle of the feet and then open a bit this. Then as I mentioned before, we'll need to fix the stuff. Even we could go a bit higher to not have that so broken. There we go. And then I will do it. I think like that should be okay. And then what I will do is I will fix this pose a bit better because it looks a bit awkward now. It looks that his knees are a bit inside. So I will fix that later while sculpting. But for now, this is what we want to have, like a pose a bit more open to be able to sculpt on this. And then later, oh, that was not the plan. And then later do a proper retop of this. And at the moment, see if you see now we can start fixing this stuff. We have space to do the latimus dorsi in the proper way, not how it was before. And also when we dynamesh at this stage, we won't have so many of these collapsing areas, right? So yeah, I think this is for this lesson, for the posing. Again, we will do a new posing later, a bit more in detail. But for the moment, like I think we're good to go. And I will keep sculpting and I will keep looking at our references as we've been doing, and I will proceed to work on a bit more on the arms now. In this chapter, we'll start with the retopology of the character. As you see, we imported our mesh from ZBrush to Maya, and we'll start working on it here in Maya itself. But I want to do some clarifications before. First of all, like, this character is still not finished, the sculpt. But we are in a good point that we already have the fingers, we have the toes, and we have all the elements that needs to be there. And I left some areas that they won't be finished. For example, here the butt, like I left it like a bit separate from each other, just to make, and the same with the toes and with the fingers, to make it easier to do the topology now in Maya. So for this, later, when we will do the retopology here, and then we will import this, we will project the details from our retopo mesh, from our Dynamesh to our retopo mesh, and then we will keep working already in our subdivision levels in the retopo mesh. And then from then on will be like everything much more straightforward. Because why we don't work on all the details and everything at this point and then we do retopology? Because when you project, you might have some issues and stuff, so I prefer to do this in a bit of an early stage. So for this now, I imported like this is the lowest the lowest subdivision of our Dynamesh, and this is the head that we had imported, like subdivision 2, I think it is, that we've been working in that file. But first of all, before jumping on the topology, we need to fix something from our previous course. On our previous course, as we were working only in the head and we didn't create the entire body, and now that we created the entire body with the right proportions, we realized that there is an issue with proportions now with the head that we have in our previous course. Why is that? The head is okay in terms of proportions, but the problem is that our head, in the position how it is and in the scale how it is, it would be with the new proportions of this character, like a character of 1.60 m more or less. And with our character, we want him to be like pretty big and pretty tall. So it will be like, not a massive guy, but between 1.85 m, 1.90 m, I think should be okay. 1.80 m and 1.90 m, I think. Doesn't need to be exact. But so for that, we need to do some fixes here. Because our mesh, first of all, our mesh from the previous course is a bit smaller than what we have now and is in a different position. And we will be using, for our renders, we will keep using that head, right? Because we will keep our head and body separate. Then I will explain better why we keep the head and body separate. But for now, what I want to do is to scale these things. And the other thing is that as we've been working in ZBrush, I realize now that this now is higher from the floor, like we have like 15 centimeters, and we want our character to be standing on the floor. This is not essential, but now that we are here, I can fix it. So for that, what I will do is I will take our lowest subdivision from the Dynamesh. And why we work on the lowest subdivision? Because later we will import this back into ZBrush, and needs to be in the lowest subdivision so it maintains the two highest subdivisions. And once we fix this, then we'll import it in ZBrush and it will get to the right position directly there. The same with this mesh, right? So for that, I will select these two. I'll make a group just to have them like together. And I will put Dynamesh here, _group. And then here, what I will do is I will come to our front view and I will bring our character until like more or less touching the floor. Again, doesn't need to be exact, just to have it more or less in position. So now that we have this here, like in the right position, our character standing in the floor, we will check now really quick. I will make a cube here and I will do 1.80 m by 1.80 m by 1.80 m. And in our front view, I'll come here, press 4 to check the height, and come like this and see that, yeah, our character is 1.80 m, 1.81 m maybe. So this is good. We are good to go with this. So again, I will come here, press 5 again. And here, what we have now is that we have this head, the old one, that is the lowest subdivision again, for the same concept that we imported here, the lowest, because we will later import this one in our ZBrush file from the previous course, and this will get into the new position, right? So if we would do it with the highest subdivision, then we couldn't import it unless we would delete the lowest subdivision from ZBrush, so that we don't want that. So for this, we have at the moment like this mesh here and this mesh here, that they have completely different topology, right? Like it's a higher subdivision, so it's a different topology. So for that, we want to transfer the attributes from this one to this one, right? And for that, what we need to do is we will do something that is called transfer attributes. So for this we will, and this is possible because we have, let me go to my UV editing, because we have the same UVs in one head to the other one, right? So what we will do now is we will select our head, this one, that is one subdivision higher, in the new position. We'll select later with Shift, the other head, okay? Then we'll go to Windows, Mesh, Transfer Attributes. We'll press here the square to get the options. And then we will say that we need to transfer the vertex position, okay? So we don't want to transfer vertex normal, we don't need to transfer UV sets, and we don't want to transfer color sets. We want to transfer vertex position to put this in the right place. And we want to, the attribute settings, it means the sample space, is like what it will take Maya, what it will Maya use to transfer these attributes. So word doesn't work because it needs to be exactly in the same position, local neither, topology neither because we don't have the right topology, the same topology. So we'll go with UVs. So now we press UVs and then we press transfer, and this will transfer the UVs to the original position, the mesh to the original position of this. As we see here, if we go, let's go again to if we see here, this group is in a translate of minus 5.952. If I press this to 0, as you see, the mesh will be transferred to that same place. So what I will do now is I will come here, I will copy this, Control C, okay? And then I will come here, and I will come here and Control V, press Enter. So now we have it in the right position. Then for this, what I would do is I will delete history. I will delete history from this. This history is Alt-Shift-D. And then with this mesh, I will hide this one. And with this mesh, I will come and to modify freeze transformations. So now at this point, and I would do the same with this group. So modify and freeze transformations. So now what we have is like we have the base meshes to import to ZBrush and transfer the position as we had from our head and from our body to the new position of our character. Now back on ZBrush, we will bring our meshes that we edited in Maya, and we'll come here, we'll come to our body, we'll go to the lowest subdivision. So here, if it is the highest, we'll go to the lowest with Shift D, and then we'll import, come here to B03 where we have the meshes, and this body dynamesh sub 01 underscore 002. And as you see now, this got in the right position. We will do the same with our head. Import. We'll do the sub D2. Okay. We're good to go with that. And then I will open our head from our previous course, where we have this guy here. And I will go to the lowest subdivision. I will, by any case, duplicate this just to make sure that we didn't edit anything in the head before. So I come here, and in the lowest subdivision, I will import and import this head. So now at this point, we have our eyes that go to a different positions, so we'll need to adjust that. So quick adjustment for this. There we go. And sorry, I'm in the wrong mesh. And then when I come here, I press D, all the up until this mesh, and now this is in the right position. So now what I will do is I will check if I will hide this, go all the subdivisions, and I will check that, yeah, our head is just scaling up and nothing changed from the previous one. So now that I have this, I will come here, delete this one and save this file for later. Now that we have our ZBrush in the right position, I will come back to our subdivision 2 and I will export in our new folder, and I will come here, put subdivision 2. There we go. And I will go to our Maya now, and I will import our subdivision 2, and I will use that as a live surface to start the topology. So come here. This one might take a while because it's quite heavy, but it was not too bad. I will hide this group. And now what I will leave is this one here. That I will come this one and then our retopo head. So I will keep this head here to understand like what are we trying to aim in terms of loops here. And now I will take advantage to tell you that we are leaving these two meshes separate for two reasons. First of all, that in some studios, depending of the movie and depending of how hero is the character, the head and the body might be two separate meshes. And why is this? Because you have like some artists that are specifically working on facial expressions. So, and you work with blend shapes. And for this, it's much better to work only in the face, right? So basically they keep separate the face and the body for that stuff. And also the second reason is that we are going to be able to get a much higher level of subdivision in ZBrush if we keep these two separate. Because if we would have, imagine that, I don't remember exactly how many polygons, but in the highest subdivision level that we had in ZBrush in our head, we were like, let's say in 40 million polygons, right? If we would add the body and we would want to reach that same level of topology, we would end up with like maybe 80 million polygons. That is like super difficult like to handle in ZBrush. And also it would take really long to export the displacements and everything. So for that, we keep these two separate. So now we can take this mesh and subdivide it maybe one time more, and to reach these like maybe 40 million. It will depend on the number of polygons that we will have in our base mesh, but let's say 40 million. So we will be able to go like much more in detail in both areas, in the body and in the head, without like losing the ability of moving things around. Because in ZBrush, if we reach like 100 million or something like that polygons, like it would end being impossible to handle, right? So that's why we are keeping these two separate. So for this, what we need to do is we will try to match the same line of polygons, because even if we are keeping these separate, this needs to work as one mesh, right? And even what we can do, for example, if we would want to pose this character, all together, right? And we want to move the head and everything. What we will do is we will have three meshes. We'll have one mesh that will be all these together. So we'll merge the head with the body. One mesh that is the body, and one mesh that is the head alone. So again, in ZBrush in ZBrush itself, we will keep these two separate. But then then we will have the mesh that will have the entire body, and we'll use that to pose. And then if we have the same UVs in these three meshes, we will be able to transfer attribute as we did before with the UVs. So for example, if we would pose I will show this later in the course, but if we pose a character that has the entire mesh complete, and then we transfer the attributes with the UVs, we will be able to move the body and the head in that position after. So I think that's all for now. And in our next lesson, we will start working on the topology of the character, starting with really big panels, like really big polygons, and then starting to get like a bit like deeper in detail. But again, the most important point here is that we need to have the same number of edges around here to connect these. And then, well, I will go a bit more in detail in the next lesson, but we need to work on the loops in the arms and everything to get a nice topology in general. Now we will start with the retopo, and for this we will come here and select this mesh, subdivision 2 from the Dynamesh, and we will do the live surface here. So we press this magnet here as we did previously for the retop of the head, and with this we cannot select it. But now if we go here to the modeling toolkit, we go to the quadro tool, and we will start doing the retop of this. So a couple of important points for the retopo of the character here. First of all, we'll work on the retopo only in one half of the body, and then we will mirror that because of a matter of like we could work with symmetry and work like both sides at the same time, but depending on how high resolution is your mesh here, you might have problems with like the Maya will get really slow and it will be difficult to control. So for this, we'll start just working in one half and then we will mirror that. And one of the important points is that we need to start working with pretty big polygons. Like I like to start working like with big polygons for this and not starting like in really small details first. So first of all, I want to get First of all, I want to get more or less the big panels here, like this, following a bit the shape. Then we need to consider that we will need to have loops that goes around the leg. So all around the leg, like here specifically, like this. So we have a loop that goes all around the leg. And we will have loops that goes all around the arms also. And I will go later, like in our time lapse later, you will see this better. But the sense is that we need to have loops here, and then in the fingers we'll have some awkward connections here, but there is like not many ways to avoid it. But what is important is the same, that we have like the fingers has like one loop that goes around, so that in case we want to select a loop that goes all around, it goes all around. Then, as we mentioned already, we saw in the previous course, we are aiming for all quads and all the most even as possible, right? We don't want quads like this, like really stretch. We want everything like the most square as possible, right? And also we try to avoid infinite loops, that it goes like, for example, let's say that if we start doing this and we come in this way and then we come like this, say like this, and then this one comes here and this one comes here and like this, sorry, like this here. And let's say if I connect this one here and this one here, we get what's called an infinite loop, that we don't want this. We want to avoid this completely. That's why what we want to do is to keep everything like perpendicular to the parallel to the floor, for example, in this case. And let me delete all this. And to get really clean loops everywhere. Another important point is that nowadays we don't try to go like really in detail to do, for example, let's say that we have here the serratus, and you say, okay, because I have this, like maybe in hard surface, you would take this, for example, if this would be like a spaceship or something, right? You might take this and do the topology. Maybe you would do like a loop around. So like this, for example. So like this. For example, this one here. And then you will do the same here and stuff, and maybe you would even like a support edge to get this shape. We don't want that in the body. We want something like much more simple. So you will see it later at the end, but basically what we want to aim for is like, again, all quads, all really clean polyloops. And again, we are not, apart from really big shapes that we want to follow with the topology, we are not going to go really in detail in, for example, that this needs to follow like this, for example, that every shape that change needs to follow the topology. The same with the quadriceps and stuff. What we will do is we will keep things all simple, because later we will have like enough resolution to support all this structure, right? So the only two areas where we might add some more detail like that are the nails. That is important to get that right, and the same with the toes. And we will see. Still not sure about the belly button. We'll see later if we need it or not, depending on the level of resolution that we have here. But apart from that, everything will be like quite like straight, following the same concept of topology that we did with the face. Okay, now that we have half of our model, more or less what we wanted, what we did before is we just selected all these center edges, and with pressing the D to move the gizmo and pressing the X to go to the center, okay, to snap. Let me show you here. So if we press the D, we can move this around, and if we press the X at the same time, you can, pressing D and X, you can snap to the grid, right? So if you see here, you snap to the grid. So here, what we do is we snap it to the center, and then with the gizmo in the scale in this direction, we scale it all together here. So now that once we have it like this, what I will do is I will come here and I will do a shift right click and mirror. As you see here, now we got this mirrored. Let me go to the perspective here. So we have this mirror, so we have both sides, but we see here that in some areas, like some of the edges, like some of the vertices collapse. So we want to avoid that, and for that what we need to do is to change the threshold. If you see here the merge threshold, we will come here and we will reduce it to 1. Okay, so now you see that we are getting all these edges, all these vertices merged properly. And we will check here if everything is more or less good. It looks good. Everything looks merged. And so then I will come here, press Ctrl 1 to confirm this, and check all around if there is no any other weird edge. Now I'll press vertex, because if you see here, there are some points that because of the mirror is doing something weird here, and we are getting some of these weird points here. So to solve this, what I will do is I will select all these and just press delete. When you do this, all the vertices that there were like alone and not connecting to an edge, they will disappear. They will just be deleted. So I think we are good with that. And then to check if all these vertices are combined properly, I will press 3 and see if there is not any error on the mesh. And all this looks quite good. Okay. So then after doing this, we will come here. I will press Ctrl 1 again to disisolate that. Press 1 to get to the unmute preview. And then what I will do is I will come here. I will press one edge in the middle, then W and left click, and then symmetry. And with symmetry, I will select topology here. So now, as you see, like whatever happening in the left goes in the right, and the same that way around. So why we want this? We want to smooth all these in the middle that we are having here, but always keeping symmetry. So for that, I will come again to the quadro tool. I will come here and start smoothing this. Smoothing this around. I will even smooth this in the top and smoothing all this center to get a bit of a nicer smooth surface here. So come here, keep smoothing a bit more. I will keep this a bit going up just to follow a bit more the pecs. Not super necessary, but it's okay now that we are here. Let's do it. And then in the back, we will do the same. And here, I will smooth also the borders to get everything a bit nicer and cleaner. This here, we will have some issues because it's so tight, the surface there, that we need to be really careful, and we need to do it almost edge by edge and vertex by vertex. But if we do it slowly, we won't have any problem. Now that we have our body mesh more or less done, I will come here, and as we did before, I will press 3 to check that everything is more or less okay. And as you see, it's a pretty low base mesh for what is film, but you still can see some of the details, right? You still can see in the legs, for example, the toes and everything. You can even see a hint of the nails. That is important also. And the knuckles, and here the abs, the pecs, and everything. So it's good to have a base mesh that at least has the primary shapes properly defined, right? So I think this is a good resolution. Later, what we will do is, once we have these two merged, we might subdivide these once and do the renders in one subdivision more, but with this also, with this and a displacement, should be okay. In film, most probably there will be like 1 or 2 subdivisions more, or even 3 more than this, but this as a subdivision 1, I think is more than enough. So now that we have the body done, what we need to do is we will, as I mentioned before, we will keep these two separate, but we will do also a mesh that they are both together. So for this, what we will do is we will take our head, we will duplicate it, we'll keep this one here, I will hide it. Then these two meshes, I will combine them. Sorry, before that, I will come here, and this facet, it annoys me a bit, so I will go to Mesh Display and Soften Edges. So now, even if I don't press 3, we have this a bit smoother. So now, sorry for that, it was my baby shouting in the background. I think she's excited with the tutorial also. So now, once we have these two, we will select this one, and what I will do is I will duplicate this also, and I will keep it outside. So I will put here body mesh underscore v001, and then we will take this one and the head, and we will do shift right click, and we will combine both. So now the plan is to start to merge these two, and for that we need to make sure that we have the same amount of edges in the head and in the body. So to connect, so here we will come to the body, do a double click here, double click and select that we have 36 edges here, and then we will go to the head, isolate it, and come here and see that we have 38. So as we have more edges here than in the body, we will need to add some edges here to get this equal. So for that, we'll come here and we'll go again to our mesh. Sorry, the data mesh. We'll make it live again. Do this quad draw. Sorry, before doing quad draw, we'll select this, and we'll do this symmetry by topology, and then we'll come here and add. The problem is if I add this one here, we'll get more than 2. We'll get 4. So we need to solve this in some way. Let's see if there is any of these edges that goes. Let's see this one, what it gives us. Goes here and finish. This finish a bit weird. So as you see here, I tried to add some loops somewhere, and as we have almost all the topology done, this is a bit of a hassle, and wherever we add, we are adding some issues somewhere, right? So what I will do here is we will come here to the center of the body, here to a place that might be a bit hidden, and what I will do is I will bring these two like this, okay? But for that, I want to connect these two and make a loop here. So for that, I will come to an area that we don't see so much and come here. Sorry, not delete that. Delete these two. And I will do like this here and add a loop here. And then we will do this like this. So we have this connected in this area. So for this also, we are getting some more geometry here in case we want to do here like a bit of a bulkiness here later. So let me see, I will just smooth this out. So this area, again, we don't care so much because it's not going to be seen. And I will, with my smooth, come here and smooth this up a bit more. And we are adding a bit more topology on the abs and on the chest that I think it was necessary. So I will smooth all this over a bit more. Let me push this a bit more forward to get the things cleaner and smooth this a bit more to get everything even. So once we have all this, we will jump to merge. Now, again, we will check this. And now we have, press B, and we will have 38 edges that it's a bit better. And for this, what we will do now is, as we have all these like really uneven, we have two options. Or we smooth it, or later we can use the bonus tools, CH tools, regularize, average line, and then when we come here, we can select the average line even and keep shape. And if you press like this, you will see that this will will even all the lenses of all the edges of this loop. But the thing is, this is a bit too much, so I will just Control C here, and I will unisolate this, and I will come here and pressing B, I will try to smooth things around like this. And with this should be okay for now. So now the next thing we will do is we will take all these two heads, we'll remove this, we'll hide this mesh, and we will take these two meshes, we will merge them, and then we will get our final topology. So now that we have our two meshes almost final, we will come here, I will duplicate this, so we keep this folder separate alone, delete history by any case, and then I will come here and merge these two. So I will select this one, and I will do shift right click, combine. And then just for sake of having everything a bit nicer, I will add, a lumber to this, and I will hide this mesh so we have this in the same color. So now what I will do here is I will take these two meshes and I will start merging the vertices. So I will select this one, target weld, and merge this one here. Then I will do this one here, this one here. This, don't worry about this because later when we will bring our live surface again and we will fix it. But I want to do it in this way first, fast, and then we will smooth the things over later. So now that we have this selected, I will go here to edge, and I will do this with topology so we can do this in symmetry. Come here and start selecting this and start again doing target weld, and getting all this connected. Again, later we will smooth all this up, so no worries about having this a bit weird at the moment. Come here, select this one. Like this. As we are using symmetry, we're getting, oh, that's wrong. Let's be careful with that to not merge any wrong edges there. And then we come here and we connect all this. Oh, we broke symmetry in some moment. So what I will do is I will come back, Control C, and see when we had that issue. Until now we are, looks that we are good. So select again this one, go to target weld and keep. Again, being careful with not breaking anything there. Let's see, this one here. This one here, connect all the vertices quite fast. That's wrong. Okay, there. And we are missing. I think that's what happened. Again, let's fix this. There we go. And we're good. We connected all these meshes together. So now once we have this connected, as you see, we will go here to check our UVs. And as you see, we have like all these UV shells that they are right? That we have like proper UVs. And then all these that is separate. But this is key. Later we'll do the UVs of all the rest. But to have the UVs, the same UVs in this head compared with the head that we have before alone is key for later like transfer the details that we will have from this mesh to the head isolated. And the same for the body, from this mesh to the body isolated when we are in ZBrush. So we'll go through that later. But now what we'll do is we'll come back again to our Maya Classic, and I will come here and go to our light surface again. So unhide this. Go here, this is live, and then with this one, we'll go to the Quadro tool, and this is still in symmetry. So I will come here and smooth this a bit. We will break a bit the UVs of the head in this area, but I don't care so much. We can repaint that area on. No, this is wrong. So let's be careful with that. So let's just make sure that we are smoothing. I will press Ctrl C there. That we are just smoothing in this area and not go more than one loop from the head. Let's come here, smooth all this over. Again, let's just be careful because remember that we don't have the rest of the neck there. So we just need to do this. And I'm thinking that we might not need this loop here. So let's delete this one and let's go back here, go again to symmetry and go to Quadro and smooth things again. So now if we isolate this, we'll see that we need to fix some stuff here with all the thing together. And we'll come here, mesh display, soften edges, and then we will see that we have this here. Then we will fix some stuff from the anatomy here once we work in the full body. And later, when we project everything back again, we will return all this detail to the head and to the body. Now that we have our mesh all together, what we'll do is we'll start working with the UVs. So let's do a final check on the topology that everything is right. And before doing that, we will come here to mesh, clean up, and here we will take a look if we will search for faces with more than 4 side polygons, right? So if we come here, you select this and you put in operations select matching polygons. Maybe when you do it from the beginning, you would have clean up matching polygons, put select matching polygons, and here search for faces with more than 4 side, and then do cleanup. And if you would have one, Maya will tell you, for example, let's do like this. Let's do this here. So now like this, if we have, for example, this is an n-gon, right? If we have that, we'll go to mesh, clean up, and clean up. Maya will select me this one. So it will show me, look, here there is an error. So we need to fix this. So in our case, what I do is I press the B to get the stop selection, because sometimes, for example, in this case, it's in the middle of the body and you can really see it, but sometimes it's a really small polygon in the nose, for example. So you want to press B to have this like selected and spot it like a bit easier. So now what we have this, we just need to come here and delete the polygons and pressing Control and backspace, and we are good to go. So now when I press mesh, clean up, doesn't select anything, and that means that we are good to go. So now let's select this, and we will start with the UVs. So we'll come here, we'll do UV editing, and as you see, as we saw before, so now as we can see here, we have the head that has proper UVs, but then the entire body is like a mess at the moment. So what we will do at this point is I will just go here to our live surface first and hide it, so we have only this. And here what we need to do is we need to start creating these UVs, and what I will do for that is I will go to UV shell, I will select all the UV shells, and then I will come here and unselect all the UV shells from the head. So now we have selected only the ones from the body. And then for this, we'll come here to to create, and I will do a normal base. So here, as you see, we have, let me remove this, the X slide. We have all the body in one UV, right? So for sure we don't want that, we want to start cutting it. So as we learned in our previous tutorial, we'll start using this tool here. That is, if you go here to UVs, you go here to 3D cut and saw UV tool. And with this, I will remove this. Well, I will take advantage here and show you how. Here we have proper UVs for the head, but like horrible UVs for the body. So let's come here and we'll do right click, component and edge. And then Maya will allow you to select edges, and it will cut it until, like with this tool here, the 3D cut and saw UV tool. Maya will automatically select an edge when you do double click, but it will cut it only until the other UV shell. If, for example, in our case, we will just go, let's go out from the tool, select this, and try to select this edge here. So this edge here. you will see that you will select all these. So if you want to cut it, you will need to remove this like this, and remove all these, and then remove all of them, and then select cut, right? So we can do that, or we can just go here, select the mesh, UV cut and saw tool, and then if we go to the edge, you do a double click here, and my automatically will cut this edge as you want it, but only until when it intersects with another UV shell. So in this case, we'll use this tool to cut our meshes, our UV shells. But for that, what we want to do is we want to see like what's the resolution that will be working, because we will have this mesh, this UDEM that is the head, that is all in one UDEM. So we want to get the same resolution for this, and for that we need to do that. We need to know that before starting cutting this, because we want to know like how big we can do these UV cuts, right, and these UV shells. So for this, we will come here, we'll select any of this one, we'll go to transform, and we'll press get. Okay, so we know here that for a size of, let's say that we want a map size of, let's say we'll do 4K, so 496. Okay, and we'll press again get. Okay, and we'll have here 76 pixels per unit, right? We'll have here for this head. So we'll try to match the same with our body. So for that, we will start cutting. We'll start cutting in our next video. We'll start cutting in the key places to get as less cuts as we can, but keeping this textile density and avoiding any type of stretching. So now what we will do is we will select this center edge, go to symmetry, topology. Sorry, there I was. Topology. So now we have all this symmetrical, and what we need to start doing is cutting these loops for the UV shells, like with our 3D cut tool. So for that, I will start here, and I will get, let's see, more or less one here. We'll get a try in terms of how, like, where is the best to cut all this. We will cut maybe this around here. Okay, this is good. Let me see. Yeah, there we go. And then here we will cut this in the wrist. Let's cut it here to avoid that weird stuff. And that should be okay. And then let's say more or less here, let's try to select a center edge. Maybe this one better. There we go. And we will come here and select, I'm not sure if this will work. You press Ctrl and you double click, this will remove the cut there. And let's see if we do like something like this. Sorry, I will cut this here. Let's try to search for, wait, I will go here to our ankles. Cut this here, cut this here. So then this allows me to select this middle edge. I have the cut there in the middle. There we go. So then I will do here, I will cut the legs here, sorry, and before that I will select one of the middle lines from the leg here, and I will cut it like this. So now we have the leg, cut it back and forward. We can cut it in a nice place, and then here we will do like this, maybe here. Let's see, this one, this one, this one, this one. I think that should be okay. Let's see. And then here we have, because we have this here, it didn't go through. So we'll cut it like this. And then here in the back, most probably we'll need, let's see, let's try to cut it here, but I don't think it will work in only two of these. The same, we'll cut the knee in the middle. There we go. Let's try and see if our textile density is okay with one of these ones. For that, I will come here again, select this one, and select this here. And here we'll need to cut it here. So for this, I will come, select our UI shell here, and I will come here to our tool palette here and go to unfold, or if not, you can do shift right click, unfold. And here we'll have this. I will remove symmetry for a bit because I don't like how symmetry works in the UV editor. And I will come here and go to transform, select any of these, press get. We have 76, sorry. So I will come here, select this and do set. So then we have this one here. That fits more or less nice there. Let's see. Okay, that should be okay. And let's see which could be the biggest one of these. Maybe will be the leg. Let's see. Let me do this with all of these before jumping to the hands. And we will do again an unfold. So shift right click, unfold. And we'll come here. And we'll do like this, select all of them and do a set here. So now we have all like this. And if we see here, we might have some, oh, this is, I think this is the back of the leg. So we need to cut that properly. Let's see, the arms also, they're too big. So where is the, let's see, the quad, and let's see if the quad fits just in one U-dem. Yeah, so this more or less okay, I think. So let's go back. Maybe we'll need to change this again in some moment when if we realize that the proportions are, if we can go a bit further with this, but with the textile density. But let's come here for now, and I will select again our 3D cut tool, go here more or less to the elbow, and to try to get something half and half here. The arm, oh wait, no, I forgot to do symmetry again. So I'll come here, I'll do the symmetry by topology again, and then again to our cut tool, and come here and maybe cut it here. That should be okay. And then we will go for the hands. What we want to do is we want to cut one loop that goes all around. So let's see if we get this one here. Should be okay. So this loop goes, see, all around. That's why it's really important to have a proper topology on this. And then this we will unfold it like separate here. What I'm not sure if it's better this one or this one. Let me check. Yeah, maybe this will work a bit better. Oh no, but this one doesn't go all around. So let's go with this one. Sorry, go back. This one, and this should be okay. So let's see. And then for the fit, we will do also a cut. See if we have a cut here. We'll need to cut this manually because we don't have an edge in the middle. What I'm thinking is if we should not add one edge there, but it's okay. We'll keep it like this. There we go. So we'll do this, and we will do from here. Cut this to unfold this properly. And then here the same in the back. So we should be okay with this. Let me see. So we'll select all this again. Let's make sure to not select the head, because we don't want to modify anything on the head. And we will do an unfold to everything. Just make sure to press shift right click to unfold and see that it's unfold 3D and not legacy. Because if we do legacy, you might have some issues and it won't unfold properly. So do unfold 3D here. So we are here and we'll remove symmetry, and we will come here and we'll set this. It might take a while because it's setting to a lot of meshes. And all this is in the right position. And I will come here and do a quick arrange orient shells. Then we'll need to orient it properly. And then I will do a layout. But then we won't use this layout, not even close to it, but at least we can go here and sorry, I will go to our window, general tool settings, the tool settings, and I will do a reset here just to make sure that the gizmo is in the middle. But then with this, at least I know, okay, I will see properly that here I have an issue with this one that I forgot to cut. So I will come here again, select this edge and cut this one. And then here I have at least like a proper view of how all these look. Let me cut this one also that I forgot because I was not in symmetry. And now in our next lesson, we will take all these and we'll start organizing it in the UDEMs and see if these cuts are okay or we need to cut it in a different way to fit the less UDEMs as possible. So now the first thing we need to do when we have this is I will come select all this and I will start making this bigger until a point that I can check here in the UV toolkit that we get closer to our 75, just to have an idea more or less how many UDEMs we'll need to use. Here, 76, there we go. So now what we have here, we'll see that more or less we'll need to use around 12 UDEMs for this. So it's not too bad for film. For sure, if you were working in games, most probably we will need to set all these in one UDEM. That in another course we will see how to do this with this. But for now, as we are focusing on a character a bit more oriented to film, we'll take this and we'll do the UDEMs with the same resolution as we are working with the head. So for this, we'll try to make sure first of all that the direction of this is right. So we come here, orient all our UV shells right. Assume that this is the arm, so let's do it like this. Let's don't worry at this point to do it exact as the other half, because we'll use a tool later to do to symmetrize these two. So where's this? This is the butt, so rotate this. So now what I will do is I will do a quick time lapse of this, because this might take some time, and I will start organizing these meshes in the UDEMs. And then again, I will come back to talk to you once we have all that more or less set up. Now what we want to do is we'll take, as we have this, all the left part of the character is in position already. We want to get all these UV shells symmetrical to this one. So we can place it here in this second line of UDEMs, but that they are like exactly in the same position, but just mirrored. So for that, we would use a tool that is called Symmetrize. I will make this bigger here, getting a bit of a funny camera at the moment with this, but doesn't matter. And we'll start selecting one by one these UV shells. And we'll go here to modify, and we will press symmetrize. Symmetrize, what it will do is it will take this edge, the center edge here, and it will make an effort to symmetrize by topology. And so here at the moment we have this, and it's in the position here, like with symmetry with this. So we'll select the same here, press modify, symmetrize, and that didn't work. Sorry, let's go here, modify, symmetrize. Why is not working? Let me see. Oh, yeah, there is working. Sorry, I saw it wrong. So now we have this. So now once we have this, what we will do is we will take this, select these two, go here to our palette here in transform, and we want to move by one UDEM, right? So if you put, for example, here 0.1, and you move here, or you move with the arrows also, you will move only 0.1 space in the UDEM. But if we go back here and we put 1 here, we will be able to move this over and put it here in the right position. So later in here we have our UVs perfectly symmetrical. So later in Substance or in Mari, whatever software we use or our texture artists use for painting the tiles, we will be able to, if we whatever we paint in this one, we will be able to copy, paste, and mirror in the other UDEM, and we will have exactly the same there. So this is a way to make all this UDEM system a bit more organized. So now I will go again one by one with each of these, and I will position all the UDEMs missing in the right place. Just one small comment: if you go here to modify, symmetrize, and doesn't work, you need to go here to the options, and then here you can change the mirror axis. For example, in our case it's in 0.5, but if you put, for example, I don't know, let's put this in 0, and we will apply, and then we will come here, sorry, we'll apply, close, and we'll come here and see, for example, as we see here, it made, because we had selected this one, it automatically like symmetrized it, and now this is symmetrized from this one, but from the 0, not as before. So I will do Control C to come back here, and then I will go back now. Doesn't matter, we can keep it in 0, it's okay. And we'll come here and keep doing this, press again, modify, symmetrize, and it will take some time, and there we go, we have this here, and then we move it again to its right position and put it here. So now I will speed up this a bit, but I will do all this, and then we will have this set of UDEMs like for more an film-oriented workflow ready to use. Now we have all our UVs and our UDEMs set, like with the same textile density and distributed in a good amount of UVs to get like a good resolution, right? So this would be like a kind of UDEM setup that you would have for a film, for example, and even more sometimes. Sometimes you would have like the head itself in 2 or 3 UDEMs, or even more, and then the body distributed like much bigger. So, but for this would be something that it would be reasonable, let's say. But what we will do now is like, as we, in our previous course, we worked mainly Mari to the texturing. In this course, I want to teach you how to do a similar process what we did in Mari, but in Substance Painter mainly. We might use Mari in some moment, but we will focus more our efforts in Substance now. So for that, what I will do is I will bring this. Sometimes Substance is great for a lot of stuff, but it might get a bit slower if you don't have a good computer while working with so many UDEMs. So what we will do now is we will keep our head in one UDEM as we have it. So if we go like as close as we went in our previous tutorial for the head, we should be okay. But what we will do is we will take our body and we will reduce this in half. So we will reduce the amount of UDEMs significantly. I think we will end like with maybe 5 UDEMs, right? Or 6 UDEMs or something like that. And that will make our life much easier to handle the file in Substance. And also if you would want to do this in Mari, also the file will be like lighter and easier to control. So, and also if we consider that we will be working on like renders more or less in this distance, right? Like we don't need all this resolution. This will be a resolution that you need. Imagine that at the moment we have, for example, this will be a 4K map, right? So we will need to think that we will need to do a render like this big, for example, in a 4K to get this. And we are not going to go so close. Like most of the renders that we will do will be like the closest we will go for the body will be this distance maybe, like maybe here. So for this we can reduce this half and we will still be okay. And again, this mainly will make our life much easier in Substance, and it will, like if you have a not really strong computer and not really strong graphic card, it will handle it better. So, and again, even if I will work it like this, if you want to package everything in one UDEM, you can also do it. And also, for example, for a game workflow, we will need to change the UVs for this, right? But so now what we will do is we'll keep these UVs how they are, and we will select all these and create a separate different texture set. So we'll come here and we'll do here in UV set, copy UVs to UV set and copy into a new UV set. So now what we have is that we have in this mesh, we have 2 sets of UVs. This is helpful in different ways, but in our case would be to have 2 different options in this base mesh. So if we want to use these UVs for something else, we will be able, right? So for example, if we would want to change all these UVs in one UDEM, but we still want to keep the UVs for the head because we want to transfer the attributes as we mentioned before, right? Like with the head alone or with the body alone, we can do that. But in our case, what we will do is we will keep this UV set just to have it there, and then we will take like as a UV set, and in the map one, we will take this and change a bit the UVs to get them all like in a less number of UDEMs and with less number of cuts in the body. So now I will, like you saw how I did this already, so I will speed up the process and you will see how to do it in a time lapse. Hello. In this chapter, now that we have our topology and UVs done, we'll bring that back to ZBrush and we'll import our retopology mesh and we'll transfer all the details from this mesh to that one. Again, this is still really rough, but we want to transfer some of these details there, and then from then on we will start working on already our retopo mesh, so we can work already. It won't be our final mesh maybe, because we might cut the head over and keep working only in the body, but we will see that later if we do it. We need to check that. It depends of how much resolution do we need in the body. So, but for this, what we will do is we will come here, we'll go to append, we'll append any primitive here, and then go to import, and here in our folder we have this mesh that I imported from Maya. Doesn't matter so much which of the UV sets you use at this point, because we will be able to switch back and forward from Maya to ZBrush all the time. So we will be able to import, as soon as we keep the same topology, we will be able to import any of the UVs to ZBrush in any moment. So, but for now, I use the one that has like 6 UDEMs, and I will import this, just press open. And as you see here, we got our mesh with the nice topo that you can see here. And the first thing I will do, just for sake of organization, I will come here to polygroups and I will do auto group with UVs. So now what I have is I have like everything grouped by the how we did the UVs, right? So for this will help us, for example, if we want to hide some areas, like isolate or mask or something like that, like this, the polygroup system with UVs will help us with that. So now I don't care anymore about this. I will come here and I will press 1 again to get this here, and I will subdivide these a bunch of times. So maybe let's check how many polygons do we have here. Here we have 3 million polygons in this mesh, so maybe we can come here and subdivide it one time more. So we'll have like 5 million polygons, and with this we will have enough. If you see here, this is all really smooth, and with this we will have enough topology to project all the details from here. So as I mentioned later, maybe if we want to go to really skin details and stuff like that, we might go to one subdivision more, but for that maybe we'll remove the head. But again, I'm still not sure about that. We will see how it goes. So now that I did already the subdivision of this, we need to project all the details, and for that we will come here to the project tab, and we will, let me see, ZBrush will project whatever is visible, right? So we will come here and choose in project all, but what I don't want to do is to project. No, yeah, it's okay. Let's project the details on the face. Doesn't matter at the moment. Like then whenever we render, we won't care so much about the face, but at least we have some of these details there. So I will come here and do project all. This might take some time depending on your mesh on your computer. And this most probably will have some errors that we will need to fix. So let's wait for a bit. And then when this is ready, we'll check that everything is in the right position. Because there are some areas where, for example, in the face most probably we'll have some of that, and here in the fingers maybe, that the mesh is so far from our previous sculpt that we will have maybe some errors and it won't project properly. So for that we will need to, like maybe with the smoosh brush and maybe moving a bit and projecting again, we'll try to solve all the details. Just a few seconds more, this should be done. And there we go. So now, as you see here, the mesh went like much closer to this one. So for that, I will press 1 and see where are we with that. Where are we with this? So if we come here, you can see that this projected quite well in general. So like this is why it's important also, like when we did the retopology, that we kept the toes separate, and this looks nice. In general, the fingers and toes might bring some errors, but this looks pretty neat. Yeah, this is cool. And then for the neck, yeah, most probably I was sure we were going to have these errors, but this we knew that we were going to clean up this, because we still need to work out this area. So we'll leave for now in this video, and in our next lesson we will start cleaning up this and start slowly with all the details, and later we'll break symmetry and we'll get this in a better point, but now already with subdivision levels. So we can, for example, now we can go here. If you see here, we have this subdivision. If you go lower, this one, and like this, for example, if we want to do like broad changes, it's better to work in a lower subdivision and not so much in something like this. That when you make the changes, okay, in this case it's a simple change, but if we do changes like this, you will get things like this, that if you are working in a lower subdivision, we can work and modify it in a different way. So enough talk for now, and let's jump to the next video. In this lesson, we will start cleaning up whatever errors we had from our project. So for that, I will activate symmetry and start like just moving things around. Maybe I will go to a bit lower subdivision to get this a bit closer here. And just with the smooth brush, I will go around and smooth things away. So as you see here, we projected the details from the head in a resolution that is not holding the details, right? But this is because we had an even, let me see. Yeah, even it was in a lower resolution than what we have here. So, but for this, we don't care so much about the head now, because we will work on the entire body, and this mesh will stay as a kind of a base mesh for later transfer the position of the topology from this one to the head, and then what we will render is the head alone, right? Like if I go here again, like I go here to the mesh that we did in our previous course, as you see, we have 20 million polygons only in the head, right? So it doesn't make sense to go this, like to try to get a lot of details in our new mesh, because again, this we will focus on the body only. And then later in future classes, in future videos, we'll check how we'll transfer this position of everything. So for example, whatever we will fix now, it will be different from what we have in our head alone. And here, for example, we might need to add some, if I reduce the resolution, we might need to add some volume in some areas. So then later what we'll do is, having this low resolution mesh, we'll use this to transfer this position to this mesh. So later we will be able to have two files. So for this, I'm not going to waste a lot of time talking here, because it was just to clean up this stuff, as I mentioned. Make sure to clean it in all the subdivision levels, because sometimes when you smooth, for example, if you let me go back, because this is, I think it's important. If we are here and I smooth things in, let's say, this subdivision, or here, for example, I smooth this here, but then when you go to a higher subdivision, the details are still there. So it's important to go to all the subdivision levels and clean the things around there. So let's clean this up. Let's clean this here. And I think with this we will be more or less good to go. So now what I will do now is I'm going to jump on a time lapse, because there is not a lot more to tell in what I'm going to start doing now. And I will take this mesh and this sculpt, and I will start refining it a bit better. So I will work slightly the proportions, because I have the feeling that the shoulders are a bit too wide and everything is he's a bit too bulky. I think he should be slightly skinnier. So I will work that over, like again, working in lowest, in one of the lowest resolution to do that. And then we'll start cleaning up all these brush strokes that we have around and getting all this ready. Also, at some point, we will start breaking symmetry. So for example, especially in the apps and stuff like that. And later we'll jump to start posing the character in, first of all, in a symmetrical position, but a bit more similar the one from our concept. Later we'll pose, like in another video, we'll pose the character. But for now, let's jump to the time lapse and let's start sculpting this a bit more in detail. In this lesson, I will show you how to fix stuff when you're not happy with what you did before, right? So, for example, yesterday, like whatever the previous lesson you saw, right, that time lapse, I'm really not happy in general with the result of everything. So I think in some areas it didn't improve enough, or even it made it like worse. And this might happen, right? Like sometimes you work on something and you think it's improving it, but then you realize it's not. So sometimes you want to come back, but you don't want to come back all the way back and like remove all the details, because like maybe there are some areas that I'm happy with. So for that, what I tend to do is like, I always try to work with morph targets. So morph target, like I think we touched this before, but just to repeat, morph target, what it does is like it saves the mesh how it is in one moment. And then you can, like pressing switch, you can go back to the previous one, right? So in this case, for example, I saved a morph target before starting my previous class. And now if I switch, I can go back or what it was previously. So see, for example, like this, it was before the class, this is after. So there's some areas that they got a bit too soft. And I have the feeling that this guy, for example, he has a pretty strong leg. So I want to get a bit more of that detail. So you can always go back and say, okay, you go back here and you use this. And we could start to sculpt on top of this one directly. But the other option to do is that you can use a brush that is called morph target brush. So if we go here and let's switch, okay? And if you go here to B, M, and it used to be O, but now it's G. But if you have an old version of ZBrush, it might be BMO, but now it's BMG. And this is the morph brush. So what this brush allows you to do is that if we come here, for example, let's go to the legs. Let's go to the legs. And we have our morph target stored here. And for example, if I switch again, you can switch here. But if you use the morph target, what morph target will allow you is to bring back that detail. So for example, here I sculpt in this area and I get back all this detail from the previous version. So like this, but for example, here in the chest, it didn't. So if I can keep switching and going back to that. But I will go back a bit. And what you can do with this is, for example, if you reduce intensity of the morph brush, you can get some of the details slowly without bringing everything back, right? So for example, in my case, I want to bring back some of that muscles, but not everything. So you can come here and get back this one. So I will press Ctrl C because this was just a demonstration. I will go back later to do this. But another thing I wanted to show you here is, imagine in a case that you're working with layers, right? Let's say that I will start this layer. I need to go to the highest subdivision. One important point, the morph target, it will allow you to switch in whatever subdivision you store it. So for example, in our case, we store it in this subdivision, okay? So here we can switch and stuff here. But if I go higher or lower, it doesn't allow me to switch. It only allows me to switch in that subdivision, okay? So if I go back here to, sorry, and the morph target, the morph brush works also in that subdivision also. So in our case, I will come here, I will come to the layers, and I will start a new layer because I'm in the highest subdivision. I can start a new layer. Let's say, for example, I will go with any brush. We forgot, we didn't save the morph target, right? Or we have a different morph target. And let's say that we want to keep this mesh, right? So I will come here and, for example, let's say I want to add some details here, okay? Do like this, okay? I will add some weird stuff at the moment. So if I come here, let's say that we do this, right? Okay, obvious that this doesn't look great, but let's say we did this and we said, okay, we want to go back to whatever happened before the layer, right? But it's like, oh, this is a problem because the morph target that we have, if we go back here, is the previous one, not the one that we want. So one option that you have is to go to your layer. Let's go to the highest subdivision. You can hide your layer. Then you go to morph target. In this case, I need to delete the previous morph target, and you can store my morph target. Then you go back to your layer, turn it on, and now, if you want to switch, it will switch to that morph target, right? So it's not like if you work with layers, you could always go back to that, right? And even you could, for example, if you have a layer and you want to go halfway, okay, and you could store a morph target in the halfway of this layer. Like now you would say like, oh, why I would want to do that? But in some cases you would want to do it. So this is important to match, like, because some people confuse layers with morph target in the way of like, what's the sense of having a layer or to having a morph target? But like both of them combined, they are super powerful. So now I will go back. So well, like once we did this, we could again go to our morph target brush, and I need to do this. With our morph target, we could work out this again as we did before, and for example, reduce some of the details, going back to the mesh that we wanted to do, and we fix, and we did again the morph target while hiding this layer again. So I will go back all the way here because I want to go back to the step where we were just before starting. Okay, so what we left in the next class. And now in our next lesson, I will take this back and using this technique with the morph target, I will bring some of the details back and I will start going a bit deeper. Now I'm kind of happy with the shaping, the proportions in general, and I will start adding a bit of details in terms of like defining a bit more the muscles and defining some of the areas a bit more. And then after having that, I will, in a next video, I will take this and I will start posing the character in a still symmetrical for now, but in a similar pose at this one. For example, in our case, the chest of our character is a bit too in the front, so I will bring it a bit like in more a pose, like a bit more relaxed, and this will help to get perception of this as more natural, right? At the moment, he's a bit too stiff, the pose itself. So we'll stop this lesson for now, and we'll jump the next one, and I will start with a time lapse again, like working in all the muscles and stuff to get a bit more realism to this character. in this lesson, now that we have our character in a, let's say all the secondary shapes are more or less in place, I could still keep working on this, like adding more details to the hands, to the feet and everything. But for the sake of this tutorial and considering the, like, from how far this character will be rendered, like, I think with this we're in a good position. But anyway, I encourage you to keep working on this and keep going more in details, like looking at references and going with the same techniques that we see until now to keep going a bit deeper. So now what we will do is, like, if you can see here, we see that from the front view it looks quite okay, looks nice. From the side view looks nice, from the back view looks nice. But we are getting something that when we look at this character in diagonal, like when he's like more or less in the pose, let's say that it would be like he looks too stiff at the moment. And this is because like the pose is too stiff. And I keep, let me go here. I keep saying about the curvature of the body, right? And he's okay, his pose is okay for like kind of what we did before, right? The crochet or something like that. And some reference that we gather, like the characters, they stand a bit too straight and stuff. But this is a pose that you usually are not standing like that. So I will want to get, and also like following our reference, I want to get him in a more relaxed pose now. So we have that feeling that he's standing more naturally, right? And he's not like trying to get all the muscles like and really straight position. So for this, what we will do is basically, as you see here, he has, in our case, he has like kind of blow up the chest. So he has the chest forward. But in our character, he has like the chest like a bit more laying back. And as you see, our abs and chest and abs, they are all in the same line at the moment. So what we want now is to start pushing these to this side and get a kind of a curvature here. Okay, so and with this, he in this pose, he has a bit the center of the body, like the hips are like a bit more forward, let's say, and he has like if he had the back a bit bended forward, right? So we will now, just using the move tool and maybe masking and moving things around, I will start getting this still with symmetry. We're still not breaking symmetry. We'll break symmetry after this, and we'll start, for example, working on the abs with asymmetry and adding some of stuff. But I want to get a symmetrical mesh for when we go to texturing. So for this, we will start in our next video. I will jump here and I will start again as a time lapse to not waste your time, because this is a process that takes time in general. I will start moving things around to get this pose a bit better and a bit more relaxed. Now that we have our character in a more relaxed pose, still this won't be our final pose because, again, we still didn't break symmetry, and later in our final pose we will do it with the hands closed, so we will be holding the axe and everything. But for now, at least now he feels like a bit more in a natural pose, like compared with before. If I go here to my morph target, if you see here, he was a bit too stiff, as I mentioned before, and now it looks that he has, like, he's a bit more relaxed, let's say. He's not like trying to show his chest in some way. So now that we have this, what we will proceed to do is we'll create a new layer. So we'll come here and create a new layer, and we will do an asymmetry layer. And what we'll start breaking now is not main symmetry in terms of the posing and stuff, but yes, small stuff that is important to break. That, for example, the abs we'll need to break them like quite a bit, so we can get this more natural. Because if we, as we saw in our anatomy classes, the abs in general, they are like, in some cases, extremely asymmetrical. So it's important to, let me go here, see if you see here, like these are some symmetrical, but then if you see, like, nothing is perfectly symmetrical. And the same with the rest of the part of the body. Again, we are not going to do broad changes yet, like super big changes, because then we will do that with the pose. But yes, we'll start making a difference between one side and the other one, and that will start giving some realism. The same what we did with the face, that one side is not exactly the same as the other one. We will do the same with the body. So for now, again, we'll still use the same techniques as before. I will use mainly my clay build-up, like now playing a bit with the focal shift to get, before we were working with the brush. Let me do like this, with this brush that it has, we really see the strokes, okay? But at this point I want to start working a bit smoothly, so I will turn the focal shift like close to 0. So it doesn't need to be exactly there, but like 0 minus something or plus something. What you will see now is that, I'm not sure if you see it from the side, but let's do like this. You see it now, like we won't see so much the stroke itself, but we'll still add volume, so the surface will stay a bit smoother than what it was before, how we were doing the rest of the stuff. Right, so let me press Ctrl C here. Going back, delete all this stuff that I did before. And also another thing that I will change is in our lazy step. I will reduce slightly more to not get that stepping that we had before. That, again, before the moment of creating the rest of the stuff, I like to have that stuff, like the stepping and the brush strokes, so it gets a bit of texture to the skin. But at this point, I prefer to have like much less of that, so I don't need to be smoothing all the time. So I think I will stop this video now, and in the next video I will start like breaking symmetry already with our new layer and getting a bit of these details a bit more interesting. In this lesson, we will do a small cheat, and what I want to do is to use a tool in ZBrush that will allow me to kind of enhance some of the details that we have here. So for example, now we work on the apps, and like we have some of these areas really like quite defined. But if I would like to get these and get it like all these shapes like more defined and more, let's say, a bit sharper, what we can do is like in like few versions ago, ZBrush added in the deformation palette, added one slide that is contrast. So with this one, what we can do is like, first of all, I will go to a layer because I like to have all these things in layers. So add this layer and put here contrast. And once in my layer, I will come here to the deformation palette, and here in contrast, I will crank it up quite a bit. And if you see how we start getting like these shapes like a bit more defined. So if we go here to our layer and we hide it or unhide it, see how we are getting all these details like much nicer, right? And we can see it a bit more defined than this. So what I would do is like, we'll come here. See, I show you, let's turn it off and on. So we get some of more details. And then once I did this, I will go again to this contrast. Okay. And I will, like a lot of the brush strokes that we didn't want it, right? Like they pop up. So like this also allows me to realize where the weird brush strokes like stayed. So I will go around here and smooth things around. This is, let me smooth it in a low resolution. Come here and add a bit more volume here slightly, just to get that smoother. And then let me see, and here I will smooth things around a little bit. And I'm doing this especially in the areas where I see that there is like brush strokes that I don't want. But then apart from that, we are getting some of these, like again, some of the shapes that we added with like dump standard, or like because of getting connection between two different surfaces here, for example. Like we are getting this in a more defined way with this. So for this, I'm a bit happier with this. Let me smooth the apps a bit more. And I think we are good with this one. So if you see here, let's go to our high subdivision level. And if we press this one, you can see that it's slight change. But for example, here we can see, like in the meantime, I will keep smoothing stuff because some areas they got a bit too strong, let's say. But why I did this, like before it was looking kind of okay. But what we need to consider, the same way we did with the face, is that once we apply the subsurface to this will lose a lot of detail. So let me smooth these things around. This will lose a lot of detail. So see, for example, these areas here, they got like not so nice because of the brush strokes. So we'll come again and get this. Let me clean this up. The same here, and there we go. So in the areas where we get unwanted result, we can just go and smooth the things up. And then all these areas, I think they look quite nice. Let me go to the high subdivision and then smooth here, and there we go. So what I was saying before, sorry, is that now that we have these, when we apply the subsurface, these will get like a lot of the details will get eaten by the skin. And for example, if here we go to one of these skin materials, let me see, where is the skin material here? I don't use a lot of these different materials from ZBrush, That's why I'm struggling to find it, but let me see here, skin shader. Now that we have the skin shader here, you can see that some of the details, they got a bit like, and here it doesn't have subsurface, right? But they don't look so strong at the other one. So it's important to get a bit stronger detail, the same way we did with the face, a bit stronger detail on what we think it will be in the final result. So going back to our basic material, I'll come here, and I think I'm kind of happy with this. Now in our next lesson, we will start working, we'll apply the veins. So we will apply some details here. So see, for example, here and we will we'll keep fixing some of this stuff while applying the veins. And then after that, we will have the model ready, already in a good point to start texturing. Our next step here would be to add some skin textures to this. So at the moment we have the mesh with like this, all these secondary shapes, the veins and everything. And now what we want to do is to add like the skin texture, okay? And also we will add a bit of directionality in some areas. But for that, like now that we are working, we have like around 5 million polygons. Like if I would subdivide these one time more, that what we will need to add this texture, we will be in around like 20 million polygons. So it's not too bad for entire body. So what I would do, and I don't think we will need, I don't think we'll need much more details in the body itself. So what I would do is I will subdivide these and we'll keep working in the entire body. The thing is, when we brought this head, okay, when we merged this head and we transfer the attribute from this one, we did it with a mesh that is like pretty low resolution, right? So if you see here, we have not any details on the head. So what I need to do now is, before starting with the skin textures, we want to import the head, like the head that we have here. So let me open this, that it has 20 million polygons. Our head won't have 20 million polygons, we'll have around 10 in the other one, but at least we will have like some of these details there. And we will want to project whatever has this head to the other one. I repeat, like for the final render, we'll work with this head separate, so we have all these details and everything. But for this one, let me see, for the body, we will keep now the head to import it to substance and everything. So saying this, we have a problem because we move some of this stuff, right? We even move the head from the position, right? I don't know if you remember, we made the head a bit lower. So if we bring this head here, we won't have it in the same place. So what we need to do is what I mentioned before. We will need to transfer the attributes from this head position to the new one using transfer attributes and using the UVs. So for that, what we will do is we will come here. We'll go to allow a subdivision. Okay, that is the one that we're working in Maya. We will go, to the subtool. We'll export it. And here in OBJ B5, we will body UV set 2, it's okay. There we go. And then we will go here. We'll go to our lowest subdivision there, and export, and go again to P5 and head sub D1 and export it. We had a problem with this. I'm not sure why. Let me repeat the operation again. Come here, maybe I did it too fast. Sometimes that's weird stuff. Not sure why that's happening. Let me go again here. Export OJ. Let me change the name by any case. Hit sub one. This is weird. Let me see. Let me select another head. This one again. Export. Let me export here in B3. Let's see if it works. No, let me do it like this. That's a bit awkward. Let me see how we can solve this. I will duplicate this to see if that works. And now export OJP5 and this one. Okay, what we will do, because this didn't work, let me try one time more. Sometimes, I don't know, ZBrush does that weird stuff, and in one time it saves, but yeah, there we go. So now we export it. I don't know why before it was not working. So now that we have both meshes exported, what we will do is we will come here to our Maya file where we have our body, but this is the old one, okay? And we will import this one. Okay, we'll go here to model, ZBrush, OBJ, B05. I will import the body first. Okay, so the body first, we will delete all this stuff that brings ZBrush. I don't know why in this new version of ZBrush I couldn't find the bottom of exporting without groups. But when we import it to Maya, it's okay, but I get all that grouping thing a bit annoying. So let me soften edges here to have it right, and then I will import separate our head. Okay, as you see, the head is not matching, right? So let me select the head, go here to mesh display, and soften edges also. And I will hide this mesh, okay, the previous one, and I will check first of all if we don't have like a lot of distortion in the UVs, because you remember that we changed some stuff. But what I see is that it's kind of okay, because we could, at this point, we could relax the UVs. Okay, we could take the UVs and like do, for example, here, we could come here and do the UV toolkit, here, UV toolkit, and unfold and optimize, okay, to relax some of the UVs, and I think we can still do it, but let me see, there we go, yeah, let's do some relax of the UVs to get them like a bit better. So we come here, optimize, let's just be careful with this, that nothing. I will do the same thing that we did before with, sorry. Let me select this one, modify, symmetrize, and then this is 4.5, so there, and apply and close. So on the geometry, I need to tell the body which is the center edge, and then so then when I do the symmetrize already did it properly. Okay, so that's good, and then here I will optimize also. Okay, and we should be okay with this. So let me symmetrize everything just to have everything correctly. I will do it here in 1.5 there. What I will do here, now that we are here, I will, as we had this, like the topology change a bit from one to another, what I will do is I will select all the UVs here. Okay, I want to keep the perimeter, but I will do like this. I will do shift and the back, like, I don't know the name, like this kind of arrow back. Okay, not the arrow, the other one. And so to deselect all the border edges, and then I will press optimize in the inside. So now we will have like in the inside like a bit more smooth this area. So this, let me select here again. This didn't change so much, but I will do the same thing. I'll come here, move this around, and then I will do the same with the UVs. Select everything and come here and optimize. Okay, there we go. Same with the legs. I will go to modify, symmetrize, and this is 3.5. So okay, this didn't change much, and this should be okay. Hope so. Let me go like this. 4.5. There we go. We should be okay with this at the moment. So let me do it really quick here, just by any case. This may take slightly while. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, okay. So now we updated our UVs, okay? And we have everything a bit more relaxed, and the UVs are okay. And why I'm doing this now, because I want to show you that you can go back and forward, change the UVs, come back and stuff, and it's not a problem at all. Like, we didn't start doing detection yet, so that for the face, for example, we don't want to change the UVs because we did detection already, right? So if we change the UVs, we might have a problem there. So for this, what we have is now we have these UVs that they match the UVs to this head in the head. So for this, what we need to do is we need to transfer the attributes from this mesh to this one. So this is the important part of this video. So we will select first this mesh. We'll delete history by any case. We'll select this mesh, then select the mesh of the head. We'll go to mesh, transfer attributes, and here we'll go to, we want to transfer, the attributes to transfer is vertex position. We'll keep this on. And then in attribute settings, we want to change the vertex position considering the UVs. So we'll come here, we'll select this, and then we'll press transfer. And as you see now, we have our new head, our old head merged and in the same position, not merged, sorry, but in the same position as our new mesh, right? So now that we have this, we can come here, we'll delete history of all these, okay? Delete history. And now we will export these two meshes. So we'll come here with our new UVs, export selection, here to model, ZBrush, OBJ, B5, and here in our body we will do UV set, and we'll put here underscore B002, and we'll export it, okay? And then if we go here to our head, we will come here, export selection here, and for our head we'll go here and we put here 04. Okay. So now that we exported that, we'll go back to our ZBrush. Okay. And in our case, we'll come here and we have this head here, and we'll go to import. And we will import our new head, and this will change. Okay. So now we have our new head here. Okay, in position. So if we increase subdivisions, we will see that we have our head correctly now with all the details. And then we will come to our body and we will do the same just to import our new UVs. So we'll come here and this one, you won't see any change, but because we only imported the UVs here. And then our next step will be to bring let me go to our head here. We'll select this, okay? We'll go to our body and we'll append, okay, our head alone. So we have here, and now we have, as you see, our head that has all the textures and everything and all the skin details and everything in the same position as we had our body. And now I will stop this now, and in our next video we will project the details from one to another one. So we will have already in our high subdivision from our body, we'll have some of the, not entirely, because we will have half of the polygons, but we'll have some of the details from the head. So now that we have our two meshes here, okay, I will put our head body mesh under the head mesh, just for the matter of projecting. And the next step we need to do is we will subdivide to 20 million polygons, okay, our body. Okay, so now we have 20 million polygons here and 20 million polygons on the head. We won't get all the details of the head because of that, but at least we will be a bit closer. And for the distance that we will work should be okay for now. And then again, for the final renders, we will use the displacement only from the head itself. And so now here, what we need to do is, as you see, all the veins and stuff, they go over it, right? So we need to be careful with this because we don't have the veins details in our head. So for that, what I will do is I will go to the layers. I will hide our veins. Okay, I will wait a second. It might take some time. There we go. So now this is in a more closer position here. So for this, I will come here and go to our morph target first. We'll delete morph target and store morph target. Okay. And then I will create a new layer. Okay, so everything takes a bit longer now that we work with so many polygons, but let me create a new layer. Put the name of project, let's do skin details head. Okay, and the next step we need to do is, if you remember, in the head, we have our polygroups, right, by UVs. So now what we need to do is we need to mask everything that is not the head. So I will come here, press 1. Okay, here I will go back here and I will start hiding, okay, whatever, sorry, go back here, just the head, okay, then I will invert selection here and I will mask all this guy here. So once I do this, we will get our head only here. So now we have our, let me go one subdivision higher. We have this, we have our head, and then I will come here. I will save this by any case. So there we go. Save it before anything happens. Again, this now everything takes a bit longer because we're working with higher subdivisions. It should save. It doesn't take so long to save. There we go. This is saved. And now what we need to do is to project the details from our old head to the new one. So we'll come here, we'll keep this visible, and then we'll go here to project and project all. This might take some time, especially because we are working with two meshes of 20 million polygons. So this is going to be can take a few minutes depending on your computer. So, but what is important is once we get this projection done, we will use the morph target to smooth this transition here, because we might have some errors here because we have this sharp edge at the moment. And even if we transfer the attributes with our low resolution mesh, when you subdivide, you might have some issues here, because it's not really, when we change the lowest subdivision from our body, let's say, to our head, there are a lot of the details of the highest subdivisions that we didn't get, right? So maybe there are some discrepancies, but we will do with a smooth brush with my morph target brush, with a smooth fall-off, we will smooth these things up. So okay, it looks that it's not taking so long. Let me see. Should be almost there. Okay, there we go. And it looks that everything looks more or less okay. But so what I would do now is I would press 1. Okay. And we see that now we have almost all our texture details, like skin details from our original head. We have it now here. And this is great. But as I mentioned before, we have some issues here. So what we will do for that issues is we will go here. We will remove the mask. Okay. We go to make sure that we are in our layer working, okay? And I will do with symmetry in this case. I'll go to our morph target brush and I will start smoothing things just to not get that sharp edge. Now we are going to apply. Okay, let me do this. I will smooth a bit more these areas also, because what I want is the details on the head, but here I think we will be okay without this stuff. So it's good because we are going to apply now. We're going to apply some textures now, okay, as the skin, and I think we can go until here. So I think this looks more or less good. So if we come here, we see that now we have all the projected details from here in our new body. What we need to do next is go to our layer palette. Where is our layers? And turn on the veins. So again, this is something that might take so long. So now we have our veins under all the skin details that we projected here. So this is why it's important to work with layers. Here I'm having some issues, so I will come, let me see. In some areas we are getting some weird stuff. So we'll come to our skin detail. We'll remove symmetry because I think it's not in both sides. And with our morph target brush in smaller size, I don't want to break too much of these skin details, but I will come here. I'm here. And try to solve this the cleanest as possible. I think we're okay with that, and all the rest looks more or less good. Maybe here we have some issues, so let's do the morph target here, and I think we're good. We're good to go with this. So now we will need to create a few layers to start getting some of these skin details that we have here, but in the rest of the body. So for this, we will use our surface tab with the noise. So I will start here by creating a new layer. So let me put first, I'll put noise here. And the first thing I want to do is to do a noise with really broad imperfections, right? To get a bit of variety and variation to the skin itself. So for that, I will come to the noise tab. I'll press edit here. And if you see here, we have our noise here. And this is the default noise that it comes with, as soon as you plug it, right? And it looks quite nice. It gives some surface there. But what I want to do now is I will go to noise plug, and I will go maybe to, I don't know. Let's take a look which could be good from these ones. Let's say turbulence. We can check. Let me here. And for this, I will need to do in the noise. Mix basic noise. We need to adjust this to a small number. We'll increase the strength. So we'll get this, as you see here. Let me remove the basic noise completely. And let me see, can I open this? No. So here, as you see here, we have this kind of texture, right? We are not looking for this. I will anyway reduce the scale to see if this gets us a nice result. But this is not what we are looking for at the moment, because this is a bit too sharp details, and this will look like a different material, not skin. So for this, I will go again to our noise plug here, edit, and here I will look for something else. Let me see. Let's go to Perlin noise maybe. Press OK here, and then here I will go again in our mix with noise. I will put it quite low. Our scale, I will keep it. If you see, if we go to, let me increase our intensity. Okay, if I go to minus, you have this result, plus this one doesn't change so much in this case. But so here, as you see, we have this noise that is, at the moment, it's too strong and we don't want this. But why I want this noise is I want to make it like quite big, okay, like this, yeah, not so much. Something like this might do it. Okay. There we go, maybe something like that should be. And then go to the strengths and reduce the strengths like a lot. So you just see a bit of this like wobbly thing in the skin that I think will add some level of variation, because our skin is in general not extremely perfect and flat, and more in someone that like so fit in general, like that because of how the muscles, when the muscle grow and constrain and everything, like the skin gets a bit more like uneven, let's say. So we'll add some, let me put like a bit less than this, 0.02 maybe. And yeah, we have a bit of that detail like this that I think will be a nice thing to add. So I will come here, I will press OK. Just is auto saving, so might take a bit to get the results, but just give us a second. There we go. So now we are seeing in our sculpt these details that we were talking about, right? So we come here. The thing is, this is not applied to the mesh yet. This, if we go to the noise and we turn it off, this gets removed. So for that, what we need to do is come here and do apply to mesh. So once we apply this to mesh, might take a little bit, and now we have these details here in our layer. So if you can here and we hide our layer, you will see that we are getting just this. It's really subtle, but it's just to get a bit of that imperfections. So then I will go again here. I will create a new, and for this we added these details in the head that we don't want. Let me see if it changed a lot or not. We didn't want to add this here. So what we can do with that is, before applying, let me go back. I'm doing Control C here to go to the point where we were with the noise. Okay, we didn't apply it yet. So if we turn on off this, let me see. On and on, this change. So what we will do is the same that we did before for the projection. We will come here, make sure, let me reduce this, and then if I come here, I will start masking this stuff, like hiding this stuff, and then I will come here and mask all this, remove this, go out here, and subdivide this stuff. But what I would do is I mask it with UVs, but now I will come here and unmask all these areas here that we see around the neck, because there we want, so pressing Control Alt, I will unmask all these areas because we want these details here, right? Let me go here to the back. We could do this with symmetry, but doesn't change much. Let me do it fast here. So I unmask all these areas, and then once we come here and we do apply to mesh, now we will apply only to the areas where it's not masked. That is what we want. So it looks that this is applied. Let me confirm. 1 second. Let me hide this layer. Perfect. We have this applied. We have this nice, really thin surface details. And now we will go to our we'll create a new layer. We'll call it texturing XYZ. And we'll come to our noise here. And we will press edit. And let's come quite close here. And we will remove the noise plug. And instead of that, we will come here. If you see here in the bottom left corner. And we will go, and in our case, we have some micro skin texture from Texture XYZ. In this case, this is not the best because it's a face, it's a skin texture from the face, but it's okay for what we need now. It should be okay. So if you have something like from the body, it would be better. But in our case, I think this might do a trick. So once we are here, again, we have this basic noise threshold that we have here, this mix. That we'll keep it like quite low for now. And then in the alpha scale, let me put this to 0 for now. And in the alpha scale, we will try to get this quite small. And in strengths, we will go, if we go the strengths higher, you can see that it's inverted this. It's not what we want. And we will need to go here to the negative one to start getting these results. But as you see here, we are getting some stretching, right? Because ZBrush is taking this texture and just projecting it from the front and from the back. But in the side, we are getting a lot of stretching. So for that, what we need to do is we need to go to UVs, okay? And we might have some issues here with the UVs. We need to check if it's a big problem or not, but that's something that we can fix later. I don't think will be a problem. So if we come here, we will go again to the scale. We'll reduce the scale quite a lot. Okay, and once we are happy with this, let me increase with this one. I will do it a bit stronger than what I want. And later with the layer, we will be able to reduce this. So, and I will do this slightly. I think this should be okay. Go. And as you see, when we see it from far, we see that there is some kind of skin details there. So then with this, what we will do is we will apply this. And again, we could merge this with a noise. Okay. So if you see here, we could merge it with a noise, and then you could adjust the noise scale also. So you have a mix. But I'm not going to do that now because I want to do a noise later in another layer, but with 3D projection. So with that we will break whatever issues we have here. So if you see here, we have some small issues here. But so I will come here now, press OK, and we have all these skin details here. Right. Same way as we did before. We will mask our head. We'll mask our head, so we'll come here, subdivide this so I can hide the things easier. Sorry if you hear someone shouting in the back, it's my daughter. She's happy with the tutorial also. And let me mask this. And we'll come here, and as we did before, I will come to the head subdivision, and with symmetry, in this case, I will remove some of these areas where I want this to be projected. Go, and here you can see already the skin looks More or less nice. Doesn't look great. We have some stretching here that we will need to solve, but I think it's okay for now. So if we come here, we see this, and then we'll go to our surface tab and we will apply to mesh. And here, doing this is important to have enough resolution for this, because if you see, because we don't have a lot of resolution, we are losing some details here. So if we would want to do a render from this close, see, this is not holding enough, right? But as we are not going to go so close to this, I think with this one, with this will be enough. And then we will use the morph target to remove some of the details here, because I think, for example, in the hand and stuff, we don't want all of that. So, but I think with this, we should be okay. So again, as we see, as I said before, if we would want to go in high resolution for this, we could remove the head and work only with the body and get more details with that. But I think with this we will be okay for now, because again, we are not planning to do a render like much closer than this, so this is okay. And now what we will do is I will reduce the intensity of this a bit. I think it's a bit too strong. There we go. And then I will come here and I will add a new layer that I will put here noise 2, and then I will come to the surface noise tab, edit. I will remove this one. Okay, so we press the alpha off. Okay, and so now we'll have only our noise. That will reduce the strength quite a lot and increase slightly the scale. And I will do this in 3D so we start solving some of the issues of, let me make this a bit bigger. There we go. Maybe a bit stronger. Again, to do this is a bit of a trial and error. You need to be like testing the scale and everything to see if you're happy with this. So we come here. Oh, we lost our guy here. There we go. And I think this scale might be good. I will just reduce strength a little bit. Okay. And I think we will be good with this. So now we have this here that, yeah, it's a bit too strong at the moment, but we'll reduce the intensity of this a lot. And so when we come here, we'll go again, we'll do the same thing. See, because I'm doing this in a high subdivision, this takes a bit longer, but yeah, we are good with this. Same thing, mask this, mask the head, come here and do unmask all these areas. Sorry, it's a bit of a repetitive task at the moment, but I think is the noise surface tab is a really important tool to know. It can be really useful to add some of these details like pretty quick. So we come here, let me unmask a bit more of this. I want to mesh things a bit better. Like this, and then we'll come here and apply to mesh. So if you see now, now it's much nicer. But yeah, as you see, we have, it's not holding like a lot the resolution because of what we mentioned before. But yeah, I prefer to keep all the mesh all together. And I think here we will come and I will go to reduce this to maybe, let's see, 0.5. Okay, and I will do the same with the texture XYZ. I'll do 0.5 here. So as you see, like again, still is a bit high, this here. So I will go to our texturing XYZ and reduce it to 0.4. And this one, 0.4 also. So I think with this we are like something that from this far you see some kind of skin details, but it's not a lot. And then later when we start applying the texture, and this will look quite natural. Now that we have our free noises applied, what we want to do is we want to remove the noise from some areas. So for that, what we will do is we'll come here. We have a morph target stored, so we will apply one new layer, okay? And we do remove noise, okay? And we will come here with our morph target tool, and we'll start removing from we need to remove the noise from undesired areas, for example, the nails. Then the nails, we will need to give a bit more lap to this, because at the moment they're like, we didn't really work on them. But anyway, we might add a separate geometry to this. We're still not sure about that. Maybe we can do it just with texturing, considering how far it will be. But we will come here and remove all this, okay. And in the hands, for example, I have the feeling that this is a bit too strong. So I will go to with our morph target. Let me see if we are working with symmetry. So this should be okay. Let me see. We'll have the same thing with the nails in the fade. So let me do this here. Here, I think the bug looks okay. And what we will do now is we will go with our morph target with a really, really low intensity. And we'll start like removing slowly in some areas that we don't want this, but without like leaving some details there, right? So for example, in the hands and stuff, I think they're like too strong at the moment, but you still want to have some details there. So for example, in the palm of the hand, this should be much smoother, for example. The palm of the hand, we are not giving a lot of attention because they will be like holding the axe. So we are not going to see it so much, or with the hand more or less closed. So, but yeah, so let's remove some of these. You can always go a bit deeper and work the hands like in a more detailed way, right? But for now, for us, this is okay. Go to saving again, sorry for that. There we go. I will remove almost everything from the bottom of the feet. This I will do with a bit higher intensity. Should be okay. This we did again. Bottom of the feet, we didn't spend a lot of time on that because we're not going to see it. And here, let me remove slowly a bit of this. Again, we could spend much more time adding the surface details from this, but again, if we are not going to get super close to these areas, so we just want to have some kind of noise, let's say, to realize that there is a skin and it's not just a flat thing, right? So I think we are good more or less to go now. Let me smooth this a bit more, the fingers, sorry, especially the tips here. There we go. And I think I'm more or less happy with this at the moment. So now our next step will be we'll create a new layer and we'll start giving some directionality in some areas to this. And we'll explain you that later. The last thing we will do before jumping into texturing will be add some directionality to the pores. As you see here, I added a new layer here, and what we want to do is a bit of this directionality to the pores that happen in general when the muscle compress a bit. So in general tend to be like against the direction of the muscles, right? So for example, in this case, we'll start, and for that, we will come here, we'll come to our standard brush, and instead of dots, we'll go to color spray. And in the alpha, we'll choose this alpha here. Let me remove this alpha 60. And with this later, after that, instead of having the C add, as we usually have, we'll go to C sub. And with this, if we do like this, we'll have all this kind of direction in the skin, right? So for this, we'll go, that's a bit too big. So what I would do here is press dynamic. So that one's a bit too big, but I will press dynamic here, and I'll go a bit smaller. So we have more or less the same directionality in the same size in everywhere where we do it, right? Because if we keep dynamic off, like if we adjust the zoom here, the brush adjusts with it, like stays in the same size, right? But in this case, if I make it smaller, the brush gets smaller. So in this, we can make sure that the size of this is the same all the time. So now I will just go to a time lapse at the moment, and I will start adding this direction all over the place. I will make this, I'll go back and make this a bit smaller. I think that's a bit too big. So something like this, and start getting a bit of this direction in some areas to have that feeling that the skin is not so young and fresh, let's say. So then after that, we will be able to adjust the intensity in the layer, and also in some areas we can also use the morph target to remove some of the areas. But so now I will stop talking for now and keep working on this, and I will show you how I go through all the body. Now in Substance Painter, we'll start our process of texturing here. And the first thing we need to do is to bake all the maps, like the ambient occlusion, thickness, normals, and stuff. So for this, we will go here to File, New, and we'll here where you see Select, we'll select our mesh, the subdivision 1, and we export it from ZBrush the subdivision 1 and the subdivision 5. Okay, so at the moment we'll use the subdivision 1 to work on here, and then we'll use the subdivision 5 to bake the textures from that subdivision. So I will explain it a bit better later. So here we'll press in the subdivision 1, we'll press OK. And then here we need to make sure that here we can go with like 2K or 4K, depends or 1K, depends in what resolution you want to work with. Anyway, this we can change it later, and it will depend a bit on the resolution that you're aiming for and also your computer power. Because like if you don't have a really strong computer and we are working with like 6 UDEMs, I think you should work maybe in 2K, not in 4K. But in my case, I should be okay with 4K, so we press 4K here. And then here we need to check the use UV tile workflow. And here we need to check the preserve UV tile layout per material and enable painting across tiles. This is like, I think a year ago was a bit more, Substance started allowing to paint across UDEMs. That's great. And so here we check this one. Okay, and then in auto unwrap, I will unclick this and never use it yet. I think it's a new feature, but as we have UVs, we don't need to do this. And import cameras, we are not going to import cameras, so we'll do here. And here in color management, you can change the color management. We'll keep it at legacy for now. But so now that we are here, we'll press. These are some. I just installed the latest update, so there are some new features here. But for now, we will work with this here. So I will press OK, and we will see that we will import our mesh here. That you see is like lowest resolution that we've been working on. But this is OK. And then what we will do is we will come here we'll select our material here. And then in texture set settings, we will go down to bake mesh maps. OK. And here, we will go here to 4K because we want to bake it in 4K. And then I will unclick ID because we didn't define any IDs for this, so we should be okay with this, and we will use only the other maps. And here we will come here, and what we need to do here is to bring a high definition mesh. And for that, we will bring our subdivision 5. We'll bring it here, and we could play with these parameters here, but we will bake it first and check if all this looks good like that. And we will come here, all this is okay, and then we will press bake the full material. So as you see here now, it will take a while because our mesh, our subdivision mesh has like 5 million polygons, so this will take a while. So I will stop the video here and I will come back when this is finished. So now that all the bakes are finished, we can see here that we have our mesh here, that because it's applied the normal map from the high resolution mesh, now we can preview all the details here. That this is great. That this is something that applying this normal map allows in game engines to work with lower resolution and with all these details like this. So here we can see that we have our mesh in a nice point, and we have, if we go here, this is the material, but then if you go to the mesh maps, we can see that here we have the normal map. That we're having some issues here with this, but I will check later if that is just a preview thing or will bother us or not. Then here was space normal, ID we don't have, and then ambient occlusion here that we will use this as a mask in a few cases. We have some issues here, but as we are not going to texture the face, that's okay. Let's check that everything is good here. We're having some issues here also, but I don't think it will be a big deal for now. And then here, we are okay with this, I think. So then we come to curvature. Here these allow us to get all the veins and everything and some of the texture details here. That again, these are mask only. We're not going to do any like really. Doesn't matter. This is not super defined because the problem is if we will import the mesh with 20 million polygons, this might take like really long. I would give a try with that, but I think with this we should be okay. And then if we come here, then to the position here, this only gets you like this. That is, for example, for some smart materials, they will use this. And then thickness, that we could work this for the subsurface stuff, for example, in the face, as we did it before in our previous tutorial. But this, I don't think we'll use much of this, but looks a bit awkward, this area. I think sometimes substance get a bit funky with the UDEMs, but for now this will be okay. So now with all our maps baked, we are ready to start texturing. In this lesson, we will start with the texturing process in Substance. And for this, we will bring our textures from Enrique, that we remove the highlights and shadows. And we will take our browser and we will select all the pictures and throw it in the asset library from Substance directly. So this Substance will ask us to select a prefix and to define if this is a HDRI, like environment or texture. So we'll select all of them. We'll select that it's a texture, so all of them will be selected. And we will type Enrique, so we have that easier to find. And then we'll select here to that it will be just for this project, say. And with this, now we will have all these textures ready for whenever we want to use them. First of all, we need to bring our head from the textures that we did in Mari in our previous course. So for this, we'll create a field layer. And in this field layer, we will import the diffuse. So for that, we will do the same that we did with all the textures from Enrique. We'll go to our browser and we'll select the diffuse that we have from our first UDEM. And then now that we're here, we'll import the roughness also, so we have it there. So same system, we will do the face, texture, and we'll do it only for the current session because then we're not going to use it anymore. So we'll apply this only to the diffuse. We don't care about all the rest of the maps at this point. So we will, sorry, when I say the diffuse, I say the base color, right, in Substance. But so here we can see that we have our head in the first UDEM and the rest is all in white. And now we'll start projecting our textures, the textures from Enrique. And for this, we'll use the new tool in Substance that is called the 3D Wrap tool. And for this, we'll apply our texture, one of the front side textures in the base color. And then in the projection tab, we will select the wrap projection. And as you see here, we can move the wrap projection. It works like, at the moment it works like a planar projection where you're using now, that we can move it, scale it, and adjust it like this. But then this has like a lot of more power because we will be able to edit this in a much better way. So in our previous course, we did the texture like doing projections in Mari. Now we are trying this new workflow where the 3D Wrap tool, like I think is a really, really powerful tool that will allow us to have a lot of control in this part of the process. So for this, as we see, we can come here and select the amount of rows that we have in our grid. So at the moment, let's try to keep like in kind of low resolution, not go super crazy because then it's difficult to control. And then what you can do is to slice wrap projection here that you can select in horizontal or vertical way where you want one of these grid lines, right? And then all of these grids, each vertex of the grid is a point that we can control. So then we select points And then we have this option that we can take the point and snap it to the surface. That this is a really powerful thing. We're not going to use it always because I like the control of controlling it with the arrows, but sometimes will be really powerful and really important. Especially in this tutorial, we're not going to texture the face, but to texture faces like this is super, super powerful. So now what I will do is I will start moving vertices around. So as you see, you can control the vertices just with the arrows, and you can select a few of them and scale it and stuff. It's super intuitive. Like honestly, it's a really straightforward workflow. And I will use sometimes like this the snap tool. Sorry, the snap tool to snap to the surface, and with this I will try to match as best as I can the placing of the texture on our character, right? So for example, there we have the nipples that we need to match it more or less, even if then we will delete them from this thing, but it works as a scale here. So then as you see, speeding up a bit this process, but as you see here, I'm moving the things around and trying to fill all the space, even if there are some areas that will get a bit stretchy. Doesn't matter because we will cover it with other projections later. This is just to have a base and to have more or less the right proportions of the texture there. And what we want is slowly to start covering the entire thing. So as you see, I keep moving the things around. There will be areas that we will need to reproject completely later, but for now we have these like more or less in the right place. Once we have these in a good position, that we are more or less happy with this, what we will do is we'll add a mask, and with a paint layer we will remove all the areas that we don't want, and this will be the head that we don't want to project in the head because we have already the base color from our textures that we did in our previous course, and then all the parts that we, while projecting it, goes like a bit crazy as the back and stuff. That there are areas that they are not projecting properly, so we'll use this mask, this paint map to remove all that areas. And also, if there are areas with a lot of stretching, we'll remove it also. So this more or less will be the system that we will do in the entire workflow. So this is a slow process, but not so bad, in the way that we will be like, after a few projections, we will get a lot of texture and detail that is really, really interesting, and a lot of free details because they are coming from a texture, right? From a real life texture. So now we will proceed to remove the last part of the projection that we don't want with the mask. And then in our next lesson, we will start projecting again as we did this same projection from the front, but we will do it from all the angles of the body. And for example, also like only using one arm and one leg and stuff like that. So it's just the same technique. So it will be like projecting with 3D wrap tool and masking, and with a paint tool removing the areas that we don't want. So each projection will need to be a new paint layer, and this is important. So let's move to the next lesson and let's move forward. In this lesson, we will speed up a bit the process, and I will show you how I did the entire process of 3D projection with the 3D wrap tool. So as I mentioned before, there is not a lot of science on this. It's more like a manual work and a bit artistic in the way of trying to match this manually, like, and in the proper position. So it's all the time the same 3D wrap tool, and with the adding edges and with our arrows here, with our gizmo, moving everything to try to match what we have in our reference in the images. So it's important to try to like take as a reference the elbows and the knees and some of the areas that are really defined in the texture, so you can place it properly. Luckily, we have in this mesh, we have in our normal map, we have like most of the areas really defined. So it's good it's easier to get like everything in the right position in that way. And then again, each time we project, we will mask especially the face to remove it, but then all the areas that we don't want. So as I mentioned before, it's important to create a new layer for each projection. And with this, we will be able to remove and to have more flexibility and control with each of the projections that we do. So if we would want to create several projections in the same layer would be a problem. And even I'm not sure if it would allow you Substance itself to do it, because it's a fill layer. So yeah, sorry, forget about what I said before. Like, you cannot do it because it's only a fill layer, right? So you need to create one new fill layer for each time. And in this case, for example, I'm not doing a projection from the entire body, but I'm doing a projection only for the arms, for example. So in this case, you can see that I will try to match that, make it in the right position, and controlling the hardness of the depth of this map, the projection depth. We can control and see like how deep this projection will go. So in this case, I will try to match the arm from the side, and then I will do the same from the front and from the back. So in this way, we can have more details in areas where we need it. And then again, as I said before, this is a new layer, a new fill layer with a mask. So whatever we don't like or we don't want, we will be able to, with that mask, to remove it with a soft brush and to get all these areas merged with the previous projections. So I'm not going to talk much more in this process because it's all really repetitive and there is not a lot of new things in this. So I will leave you to see the entire process, and so you will have some ideas of what areas are important and some of the things that you need to consider. But feel free, again, I'm speeding up this process, but as I mentioned before in some other classes, like, feel free to speed up the process if you feel that you already got the point with this. But it's good to see and understand how long it takes, let's say, to get these things done, and how we need to go in detail and try to remove all the unwanted areas of the projection. So I will leave you with the time lapse and see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we will start texturing the hand, and we will use a new really nice feature that Substance has in the new update. That is that we can grab an image from the asset browser and directly snap it on the surface. And I think this is a great new addition, and it can speed up our workflow extremely. So if you see here, we can, when you take it from the asset browser to the 3D mesh, it will ask you to decide if you want it in the base color, roughness, bump, or any of your maps. And with this, we will have automatically a new paint layer, fill layer, and then we will get our 3D wrap tool automatically there. So as you see here, we have the same power of the 3D wrap tool. We can add as many subdivisions as we want to this grid, and then we'll be able to select the vertices and keep moving things around to get this in the position that we want. So if we see here, we could also select the snap vertex, but in our case, now it's better to adjust everything manually. The hand is a pretty intricate shape, so we are not going to get everything in one projection, but at least we are trying to get as much surface as we can with one projection. So in this case now, as you see, I'm trying to get the knuckles in the right place, and also selecting now all these vertices and move them to the side to try to get the thumb also, and project, as I mentioned before, as much surface as I can, because it can get quite heavy with so many projections. So I think it's ideal to try to get as much surface as you can in each projection, so we don't need to use so many of them. So as you see here, we are getting more or less in the right position the hand as we want. And now we will go to the second workflow that we'll use for the hand. That is, we'll use just normal projections. So with the projection tool, we'll create a paint layer, and we will select the projection tool and import the same image that we use for the 3D projection, but now we will use it to project in the same way that we did it in Mari in our previous course. So this is a flat projection, and we will kind of with a stencil. So in the projection tool, to control the stencil, you need to press the letter S, and you can choose here a brush with which brush you will project. And then with the letter S, you are able to control the stencil. So if you see, give me a minute. So we can adjust the 3D in the position that we want, and then with the letter S, we can, if you press S and left mouse, you rotate the stencil, as you see here. And with the S and right mouse click, you do zoom in and out. And with the letter S and the middle mouse click, you can move it to the sides, right, in a flat way. So, and also when you rotate, if you press Shift at the same time, you will snap it in horizontal or vertical. So as you see here, this is the same way as we did it in Mari. So we just project flat on the surface, and it's important at this point to project in areas, the flattest areas that you can, because if we project on a curvature, we will have a lot of stretching there. So we want to avoid that. And in this case, we project this. So this is something is to show you the power that Substance has as a software, and we can have different workflows for this kind of texturing processes. So this I'm trying to match with the knuckles and everything. Most probably we will remove all that from the texture, but it's good to have all this as a base in the right place. So I will keep projecting everything. It's a bit of a manual work, a bit slow, but it's good to learn it, because it's a really nice way, again, in the same way that we did the projections before, but to have all these free details from our real life textures. So now, speeding a bit the process, I'm not going to go super in detail at this point with the hand, because most probably we will get all these and we will use a tileable texture, and we are not going to get all these details on the hand because we don't want, we have all the details on the sculpt, right? We don't want all that shadows and highlights and stuff from the hand itself, from the knuckles, for example. And so in this case, what we will do is we will just keep this as a base, and then we'll fill it in a different way. But so for now, again, using a mask, we will blend with the other textures. But now what we see is that there is a difference in value and in color. So for this, we will add a fill layer in the layer itself, and we will add an HSL. So an HSL is hue, saturation, and luminance. So for this, I'm going to do a group, and I will group these two layers that we had, because we did, with the same texture, we did two different projections. So with this, I will group these two, and then I will go to each of them, and I will add a fill layer, add our HSL, and I will control the hue, saturation, and the lightness to get the same values as the rest of the skin. As you see, it's really important to get this really blended, so we don't see a difference between for example, the forearm and the hand itself. But as you see, the other texture, the one that we did the projections, is still like completely different, right, from before. So what we need to do next is we will copy whatever this HSL that we did in this one. We will do a right click, copy effects, and we will go to our other layer and paste effect. And as you see here, we have the same color all over the forearm and the hand. In this lesson, we will jump back to our time lapse, and I think it will be like around 5 minutes, I will show you the rest of the projections that I did. So again, it's more or less the same workflow all the time. The only difference would be that in some moment I will take one picture in Photoshop, one of the images in Photoshop, and I will cut it like really close to the arm. So I have like more control, and I don't have so many of that white empty spaces. But then apart from that, it's the same workflow as we've been doing. Like, so as you see here, I'm doing, for example, the interior of the hand and other areas. And one by one, for example, the thumb here. And one by one, I will keep adding details in areas where we have like all distortion or these white patches and stuff. So basically what we want is to cover the entire body with this projection. Again, don't get crazy in getting everything perfect, because we are going to cover a lot of this stuff. But in the same way that we did before, we will project either with a 3D projection tool or with normal projections. And you can, in this case, for example, I'm trying the 3D projection in the 2D view, but it didn't work properly as I wanted. But we can always project on the 2D view, that you will see me doing in some cases. But so again, in the same way that we did before, we'll project, and then using HSL that we can, for example, in the case of the hand, we can copy and paste the same HSL that we did, that we use for the other hand, if it has the same lighting and the same color, and we merge it and we get it better in the same color and value as the rest of the body. So I will leave you in this time lapse. It will be like a few minutes only, and you will see like some other areas that I projected. in this lesson, we will do a few important things. One of them will be that we will start grouping all the projections that we did, and so to start organizing our file a bit better, and we will have everything in one folder. And then what we need to do with this is we're going to, in the top of this group, we'll create one layer. We'll create a paint layer. And to this paint layer, we will add a filter. And this filter will be an HSL. And for that, we will need to select, in the blending mode, pass-through. This will allow us to control all the textures that are within that group under that layer that it has passed through. And with this, we will be able to control the hue, saturation, and lightness that we have from all the projections to match the best as possible the texture that we have from our previous course on the face. So as you see, we will need to start blending these two textures, right? Because we are not going to project on the face itself. We'll use the same texture from the head. So with this, we'll use that HSL and we'll try to match it as best as possible. Then we'll paint on top, so it's not a big deal, doesn't need to be exactly, but yes, it's good to have it as best as we can. And what we will do now is, the other important thing is we will import a tileable texture. So do you remember in our previous course we created two skin tileables from our texture XYZ? We'll bring that two tileables and we will import them in Substance the same way that we imported all the textures. We'll just put Enrique there to get it find it easier. We'll put skin, sorry. And we'll select texture, and then we will import it in our library because I want to keep these textures for whenever I open Substance, right? So it's better. And with these, we will import one of them. And as you see, we have a nice tileable texture in the entire skin. And using triplanar and making everything, like the scale, much smaller, we'll have all the details. And this will allow us to, in whatever areas we don't have like the projections right, we will mask that areas and we will reveal this texture, this tileable texture, and we will get like some nice details and not just a plain color in the back. So as you see here, we care about the tiling, but not a lot because this will be only in some areas. We are not going to use this tileable all around. But what we will do is we'll import, as we have two tileables, we will import two different tileables and we will rotate them. So with the same triplanar projection, and even you can change the scale a bit. So as you see, then we will merge these two by using a mask and using a grunge map to get some areas where you see one of the tileables and some areas where you see the other one. So in this case, we won't have so much of that tile problem that we had before. Anyway, we don't care so much about that because this will be only in some areas. It's not that we're going to see the entire character with this. This will be only for the areas where we will mask, and we'll have that as, like, for example, I don't know, if we want to remove the nipples, we will use this as a mask. And in the same way that we did before, we will need to create another HSL. So using a paint layer and in pass-through, and we will create this HSL to match it with our skin from the body and the skin from the face. With our tileables in place, what we need to do now is to work on the mask, right? So now we'll get a mask in the group, and with a paint layer, as you see me doing here, we'll select the areas where we want to remove from the projections, and we will keep the tileable there. In this way, I'm doing like a big patch just to get the HSL properly, and I will test with our HSL to get the colors right. So this again is, you need to be patient to get the right value, and if you see there is like you have a lot of different variation in the skin, so it's good to zoom out and see if from far it looks similar. So this is important. So take your time to get it as best as possible, because this will help you a lot in the future to get, like in the future of the texturing process, to get that tile level right. So if there is some area that you are not happy with, you just use the mask and appear this tile level, and think with that you will be okay. Especially because we are going to paint on top of this. It's not that this will be the final texture. We will have like a lot of paint with different masks and different colors, different values and stuff. And we will add a lot of breakout on top of this. So this will get like all these errors that we see in the texture will get lost in that process. So as you see, it's important to use this tile level in areas, for example, where you have a lot of shadows or really strong highlights. And because it's areas that we cannot use that texture from the projection. For example, here between under the arm or in the butt and stuff like that, you have like areas with a lot of shadows that we will never be able to use it from the projections itself. So now, again, this process will be a bit of a long process to like clean up everything. So I will speed up this process. I will leave you a bit with the music and just not bore you with my talk. And also after this, once we get the right value and everything from the tile level, we will start projecting again in some areas. And after having all the projections done, we will proceed to export these textures. And then in our next lesson, I will tell you a bit more about it. And also, before leaving you alone with the time-lapse, I wanted to clarify that at this point, what I'm doing is I'm adding a contrast layer, and to add a bit of contrast to the texture from the tile level texture, because it was looking a bit too flat. And I was not happy with it because it was not really merging with the projections that we have. But with the contrast layer, I was not really happy with, so I decided to add levels. And with a merge between levels and the HSL, I was able to get the tile levels in a much better place. So as you can see here, there is when you merge the tile levels with the levels, you will get some like kind of weird results sometimes, especially with the color. But if you have a bit of patience and you touch it, like not moving it too strong, you will be able to get like a nice result with that. So now, yes, I will leave you with the time lapse. This lesson will work a bit like a bonus track because whatever you are seeing here, I'm not going to end using it, and I will explain why here. But I wanted to show you this to show the power of the 3D wrap projection tool and how we can like just throw a texture on the place where we want to place that image, for example, in the nipples here. And what we do here is we project it, and then we will use the projection vertices, and then you can adjust these in a really nice way, and you can control it in a perfect way. So then you use these, you project these, and then you use a mask, and you mask the things around. Or in our case, I use a black mask here, and then with a nice brush, I mask only the area that I wanted. And then on the other side, we will do the same. But I wanted to clarify here that we are not going to use these because the texture from the nipples itself has a lot of lighting information that we don't want, because we are going to have that in the sculpt. So later we will do that area with in a different method. But for this, I wanted to show you this because it can be useful in other situations. At this point, our projections are like, I'm not going super deep in making all the projections like perfect because I want to do some hand painting and do like some stuff more like freestyle, let's say, and not so much following the reference itself. So I'm not going to spend much more time on this. You can go, if you want, a bit deeper and fixing all these with projections, but for now I think we are okay with this. The thing is, with Substance and working with this amount of UDEMs and working with so many wrap projections, this might get a bit slow in some point, right? So what I will do now is I will export this map, this diffuse map that we have here. We'll export it, and I will import it again in a new file. Okay, I will keep this file open, like not open, sorry. I will keep this file saved in case I want to adjust something. But then I will open a new file, I will bake already the maps again, and I will import this diffuse as a base, like comparable with this folder, right? Like this folder body. So basically in our new file, instead of having all these wrap fill layers, that this makes the file quite heavy, we'll have just one file with this. And then if we want to update something, we can reproject again on top, but we will lose the option of adjusting the wrap. But I think for now, it looks okay for me. I don't think I need to adjust any of the existing ones. Saying it again, I think like if we need to project again another part, we will do it in the new file. But for now, I think this got like a quite heavy file because of this, and to try to keep everything a bit more optimized, I will just export this. And for this, what we will do is we'll go here to File, Export Textures. Make sure to save your file before I just save it, so it's not a problem, but in case there is something that goes wrong. And then here in Out Templates, I will grab any of these ones, maybe this one that has the V-Ray X, metallic roughness, doesn't matter, whatever. I will come here, I will duplicate it, and I will put the name here, diffuse. Or base color, not diffuse. Let's call it base color because here is base color. Color. And then I will come here and I will delete all the rest here. And so here we have our base color with the UDEM file to export, right? So the UDEM convention. So we come here, we'll go to settings, and here we'll put 4K. Okay. And here we will go to we'll export this in TIFF, and we will come here and we will, where is this? We'll go here and select our folder. Come here, texturing, and I will do here. I'll put diffuse temp. Sorry, I wrote the wrong temp. There we go. And I will select folder here. And then here I will select here our base color we chose. And if we come in this point, this, and I will do export. Okay, so I'm exporting. Now we have all the file export. I'm exporting everything with the head, but still I will do a mask later to work outside this. But I think with this we should be okay, because if you see at the moment there is a difference in the value and the tones between here and the head, but we are going to add a lot of these imperfections that are darker. So if you see, for example, this color match more or less with this color, and then we will add all this imperfection and these like freckles and stuff like that they are darker, and with that we'll create all these like more, let's say, harmonic between the head and the body. Now I just did a new file, okay, and I'm not going to show you the process again, but basically I open a new file, I import in my mesh, and I bake the textures with my subdivision 6. So now we are in the same point that we are when we started in our previous file, right? So now what we need to do is I will bring the textures that I exported. So if you see here are the textures with the proper naming convention for the UDEMs, and I will come here and import all this here. Sorry for that. I will import all this here, and again select all these, put here warrior, here, and then here we'll put texture, and we'll import it in the asset. So here we have our texture. So the first thing we need to do is come here, add a fill layer. We'll put here base projections, and in the base color, because it was the only one that we did, I will import this. Okay, and as you see here, we have our textures, same textures as we had in our same file. So if we see this is our file, this is the other one, and we have the same amount of details here. So this will work as a nice base for, let me check something. Yeah, so if you see, the amount of details is exactly the same. Projecting. Might be a bit of something lost, but not really. So now we have this as a base, and now again we are saving a lot of space in the file. So now we can work from here on to add this. And for this, what I will do is the first thing I will do is I will come here, and I will go to our body here, and this folder that it has the textures. So if we see here, is the folder that we use to hide all the stuff with a mask, Sorry, let me hide this to show you. If I do this, I will do here white mask. Yeah, it's this folder here. What I will do is I will bring this like this and bring this one, and I will create a create smart material. So here we have this skin tileable, and this we will come to our other file. Okay, and if we go to our smart materials here, go to our smart materials, let me see, where's this? Filter, smart materials. We should have our, the smart mask. Smart materials here. We should have our skin somewhere here. Let's see, skin tileable. So we will be able to import this. And we have this one here that we will use it as a base in case we want to we want to fix some stuff with that. For example, in our case, we need to fix some of these that I will try first to do it with some projections. I will project some of the details from here. But then if that doesn't work, and whatever places I see that there are like some errors, I will use this skin tileable as a base for that areas. In this quick lesson, I will just import again some of the references from our guy Enrique, and I will start projecting in the back. That is an area that we had some issues with the 3D projections that we did before in our previous chapter. So here I will just add a new paint layer and start projecting directly with the projection tool. So again, in the same way as we did before, trying to project in completely straight from the image. So I'm trying to avoid projection in areas that are really curved to avoid distortion. But in this way, I'm going to clean up this area. Then we are going to do, in our next lesson, we are going to start blending the texture from the head to the back, with like adding some freckles and some skin details like manually, with like applying a color and with a mask. But for now, I want to have this basically to avoid this kind of really sharp borders from the texture. As you see here, I'm removing that transition. So here it doesn't matter so much if we are projecting exactly the part of the back that we have, but we are using the back because it's also like a pretty big area that has a lot of details there, like a lot of details in the skin, but not a lot of shadows and highlights. And in this way, we can use that kind of like as a stencil to project in some areas and close some of the patches that we have wrong from the previous projections. In this lesson, we'll start merging the textures from the head to the body. And to do this, we will start creating a new fill layer. And we will use this fill layer with a color, like we will use a brown color. And we will use a mask to get some kind of freckles or like the coloration in the skin in some areas. And for this, we will use the color picker from our fill layer palette, and we'll select at the moment like one middle tone, let's say, not super dark, not super light. And with this, we will have like a good reference there to start creating the spots. Most probably we'll change later the color, but at least with that, if we take one of the dot brushes that you will see now, you will see that you will get that kind of decoloration in some areas, and it's a really interesting way to add a breakup to the skin. So in this case, I will use the dirt spot mosses, but for these, you can use any of that kind of brushes that gives like some kind of this like organic variation. I think all this is really a lot of the brushes in Substance are like super powerful in this way. So in this case, I'm going to try to merge and add this kind of like darker color of the skin, like blending from the head texture to the back, and also a bit in the front. So basically what I'm doing here is to thinking on where for example this guy is someone that is most probably all the time without the shirt and he's in the sun and everything, so most probably he has some kind of weird decoloration of freckles and stuff like that on the shoulders because of being so many times burnt from the sun. So I'm getting these kind of details in that area. But also you will see now that I'm going to apply these details like in a lower frequency all around the body. So changing the parameters of the brush itself, I will go all over the body and add a bit of this to basically to merge everything together. Because if I would apply this kind of variation only in one area, then it will look a bit awkward and it will be like not blending properly. But as I will go over the entire skin and add with much less frequency than what we did in the back, but I will add a bit of these dots all over the place to get a bit of this more organic look in the skin. And later, at the moment, I will speed up this process because it's just myself like going around and applying this with these brushes. But also I will do later a second fill layer with a darker color, and I will start getting some details in other areas. As you see, like I really like this workflow of getting using a color and using a mask, but also like as you see here, for example, I reduce the opacity of it, and with this I get this much better blended. And if also we can work with we can change the blending mode. So for example, to multiply or screen or whatever, and get a different result with that. But at the moment I'm going to just work with opacity and get this in a low opacity, so we have this like really subtle. And as you see here, I'm creating a new fill layer with a darker color, and I will apply this same detail in other areas. So, but what you will see here, again, I will speed up this process because what you will see is myself adding this to different areas of the body. There is not a rule for this, but yes, it's good to not have it like same intensity in all the body, but also not concentrate everything in one area. So I will leave you now with the time lapse and see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we will start using another nice tool from Substance, that is the clone stamp tool. This tool works basically the same as in Photoshop, where we are taking some areas of the texture and we are replicating it in another place. So for this, what we will do is we'll need to create a new layer because we want to remove, for example, things like the belly button there that it has a lot of shadow information. So we'll create a new layer and we'll put it in pass-through. And like this, as you see here, what we will do is for the clone stamp tool to work, you need to press B in the source, in the place where you want the source. So you press B there, and then you go to the place where you want to remove the texture and to get that texture from the other place, and you just place your mouse there and start painting in that area. So as you see here, like this, I'm playing with the flow to not remove all the information from there because I want to have some information, but like this, I can remove some that strong shadow that we have there that I didn't like it. So now what I will do is I will go through the character and look at places where I think this needs to be fixed in this way. And like this allows us to get a lot of nice details in a much easier way, let's say, that projecting again on top. So like this, we are using the information that we already have and we are replicating this. So as you see here, I will use it, for example, in the arms, as we projected the same arm in both sides. I will use the clone stamp to remove some of the scars, that we have the same scar in both sides. So for this, I will take the tool and again, pressing B there, and I will get and start removing all that area where we have the scar. So again, something important is that I'm using it with a low flow, not 100%. So in that way, I'm not completely matching the other stuff, but blending it in a nicer way than if we would do it like 100%. So this is, I think, is a great tool, and it will be like, I think it's nice even if you don't really need it to test it, because it will be really helpful to use it in some moment. So as you see here, we have some areas where we have a lot of stretching, and with these we are replicating whatever information we have in the back and getting that solving that issues of the stretching directly in this new layer. In this lesson, we will continue with the color variation of the skin. And for this, we'll use a similar workflow that we did before for the dark, like brown and darker brown spots that we did around the neck and in the back. But this time, instead of creating a color as we did the last time, what we will do is we'll create a new layer, a new fill layer, and we apply to that, because we want to give, apart from the variation of the color, we want to give an extra variation there. So we'll apply to that a texture, one of the substance textures that is like the BWW spots, but you can use any of these on any of the grunge textures. This one is pretty powerful because it allows you to control the balance and contrast and everything, and you are able to have like this kind of really nice variation as you see here. And we are going to use these as the base texture, applying these layer as a multiply. So with this, what we have is like basically we are saying that in the areas where it's darker, the texture, our texture needs to be darker. In the areas that is this lighter, our texture will be lighter. So in this case, we are still keeping the information that we have from the texture. We are not like eliminating everything with a flat color on top. But like this, we get a lot of this nice detail, and we can control the contrast of this. That's I think is really important. So again, using this kind of organic brushes that we have in Substance, that I really encourage you to try them and to play with the settings and everything, we can keep this layer to get these more darker spots around. And then if we, while you are using the mask, if you press X, you'd switch to the mask from white to black when you're painting. And in that way you can paint something and then remove part of that paint. And that's a really, really helpful way of a really nice way to do and to break up even more this kind of organic brushes. So as you see here, I'm using these really, really subtle and without adding a lot of like a really strong color to this. It's just a slight variation, but this will add much more interest to skin. So basically what is important here is to add a lot of layers and to break this texture that we have from our guy Enrique. So we don't have it exactly as him, and we get a bit more of that personality to our skin. So in our case, again, as I said, this is a guy that he might be in the sun a lot, so his skin is not going to be perfect and super clean. So in this way, we are adding really interesting details to the skin, and in a more artistic way. I think it's much more fun to work like this. And another option to do it is to do it with, as we did before for other stuff, to apply a paint layer and put it as a pass-through. And this paint layer to put an HSL to the layer itself. So in this way, as our layer is pass-through, it will apply this HSL to whatever is under the layer. So in this way, what we can do is to get this color variation, but without losing any information from the texture that we have under. And I think this is a really powerful way to do it. So it's good to, what I do sometimes is like I do a patch of the mask to check the color, and then with the HSL itself, I make variation there. What this gives us is a lot of power in the way that later we can just change the mask and we are still getting these results, and also we can change the color or the HSL in this case if we are not happy with it in the future. So this gives us a lot of flexibility and control for the rest. So as you see here, I'm adding these darker areas, like kind of bruises around in some areas, and I think this will start to look good with time. In this lesson, we will apply the same technique that we used in our previous class, and we will create a new layer, and with a pass-through, again, and an HSL, we'll use it to create that strong color variation that it has the nipple, right? So do you remember that in our bonus track, we projected it, but then I was not happy with that because I was having a lot of information that I didn't need it, like a lot of like the shadows and stuff, like from the geometry, let's say, of the body, that here we don't need it because we have it in our sculpt. So in this case, what we will do is we will just take that area and we will do it like much darker. And with this, we are just creating a new layer, applying an HSL, as we did before, making this area darker and with a bit more saturation. And then we will, just with a mask, in the same way as we've been doing all the rest of the stuff, and with an organic brush, we will mask this area. So we started with a black mask, and then we are, with a paint layer, we are adding the color like this in a manual way. So this, again, this is in kind of an artistic way to do it, but I think for something like this, it's the best way in our case for this. So as you see here, I mask. First, I started with a black mask, completely black mask. Then I added with white. I added some of the color there, and then with the same brush, I'm pressing X. I'm making it black. I'm removing some of that areas. So with this, we are getting like a nice and organic way of having the nipples done, comparing with projecting whatever we had before. So again, we could always go and add a bit more variation to this. And as you see here with different brushes, I come with the Dare brush is a really nice brush to blend it a bit better and not have the border edges, like the borders of these, like really sharp. So as you see here, I'm removing some areas to get these like much nicer blended. And as you see from far, it looks more or less nice. In this chapter, we will start adding some more details to the skin. At the moment, we have a nice base with the projections and the color variations that we did, but now we need to start adding like some more power to this. So for this, we'll create a veins layer at the moment. So we'll start creating, like giving a bit of that purplish, bluish color that the vein has. And for this, again, we are using the same techniques. This will be a bit repetitive in terms of the techniques that we use, but it's good to understand like the different cases where we can use this. And we'll use again a paint layer with an HSL, and with the HSL we'll give the color that we want to this. Anyway, we will reduce the intensity of that layer like really strong. I think we will get it like maybe in a 10% or something. It will be really subtle. But for this, basically, we'll do the same. We'll create this with the HSL, and then we will add a mask to it. But what will be particular from this is that instead of just adding a paint layer, we'll use one of the masks that we baked at the beginning of the project. And we will use the curvature map. So for this, we'll create a fill layer in our mask. And then we will go to, as you can see here, I'm searching for the curvature map. And the ambient occlusion wouldn't work for that, but the curvature map I think is perfect. So for this, as you see in the curvature map, you can see that we have like the veins really defined there. So we will use that, and we will for sure edit that mask to get the veins properly. But with this, if you select the curvature map in your asset browser, we just throw it there in our fill layer, and we will have the mask working like this. So if you see, there are some areas that are super blue, that is where we have the veins. But then we have a lot of information that we don't want. And for this, what we need to do is we will take a levels, and with the levels, we'll control what do we want to see here. So as you see, we need to crunch the values of this to get the areas of the veins that is the whiter part, like the whitest as possible, and the other areas the darker as possible. This won't be enough only with the levels. We'll need to paint on top to remove some of the details. But with this, at least we have like a really good representation of where the veins are. So if you see here, we are removing a lot of information from there. And anyway, I don't want to remove all the rest of the stuff, because now that we are adding that bluish color to the veins, it's nice to have a hint of that bluish in other areas. And if you see here, we will use this. We'll keep playing with the levels to get something that we want. But then when we see here, for example, in the material itself, you can see that it is giving some areas with a bit of that bluish. We will want to remove it. We don't want to have it in everything, but it gives a bit of interest to the skin also. So we'll have some areas that will keep a bit of this. So it's another layer of decoloration. So as you see here, keep moving the levels, but checking it in the materials palette, in the materials preview, and not only in the mask itself. So later, as I mentioned, we will add a paint layer, and we'll start with one of the organic brushes. Again, doesn't matter which brush you use for this, but these brushes really help to remove. Like, I think it's better an organic brush, because like just like normal brush will remove a bit too much of this, and I want to keep, as I said, a bit of that information. But so maybe with the dirt might work better. So if you see here, I'm removing some of that information, trying to not remove the veins itself, but I have a really clear representation of where the veins are. So it's not so difficult to remove these areas. So as you see here, I'm trying to check different brushes. As you see, Substance has a massive library of brushes that I think is amazing. They're really, really good. And it's great to try to use them all. As you see, as I mentioned before, this workflow is quite artistic in the way. It's pretty fun because there is a lot of manual work. It's like it's not everything tileable and stuff. We are doing a lot of this manual thing that I think it gives like really a good personality to your textures, and also it's a fun process, right? So yeah, sometimes I'm not happy with what I did, so I went back. But then again, going again to the layers, and as you see here, it will be like a back and forward process in that way. But I will keep updating these until I'm happy and I get a result where I see enough of the veins, but without making it like all the veins the same color, right? We want to have some variation where there are some areas, for example, the areas that are a bit more closer to the skin or something like that they look a bit bluish, and the other ones like not so strong, because it's not that you have all the veins looking super blue, right? So this is important. And another step that I'm going to do here is to blur this texture, because at the moment the mask that we have, because we crunched the levels, it got a bit too sharp, so it was really noisy. So I decided to use the blur to get the veins itself like much smoother. So as you see here, at the moment is really strong. We don't want it so strong. We will reduce the opacity significantly here, but at least you can see that there are some areas where we have a really nice bluish part of the veins, and some areas that is not so strong. So now I will again speed up this process, because I will clean up all this stuff, and what you will see later is that I will use some grunge texture with a multiplier to select some areas where this will be seen a bit strongly, and some areas where it's not going to be seen so much, because as I said, we don't want in all the veins the same, and we want a bit of variation in that way. So again, I'm not going to bore you anymore with my talk, and I will leave you with the time lapse, and you will be able to see. I will speed up a bit the process now, and you will be able to see how worked creating this mask. That what is important about this is the mask itself, and then we will reduce the opacity of these to get this in a really subtle way. In this lesson, we'll start applying the paint to the paint that he has in his chest, right? The one that it looks that he did with his fingers. And for this, we'll import some textures from, in my case, I think I imported from Shutterstock, but you can get any of these kind of paintbrush textures from the internet. And if we keep it black and white, we can use it as a mask. And for this, we will create, as we did before, I will create a new layer. But in this case, I'm not going to keep only the color. I want to keep also the roughness and the height. That we will check that later. But for now, like, let's keep this like as a fill layer. And we will add a mask as we did. And for this, we will go back to our projection tools. But instead of projecting on the layer itself, we'll be projecting on the mask itself. So as you see here, I'm going to use again the 3D wrap projection tool, and I will bring one of these paint brushes that, as you see, needs to be individual, so it's easier to manipulate. And I will try to match the reference. I will bring it, and as you see, I have the pure ref next to me. And I will try to match as best as possible. Doesn't need to be exact, but at least to have more or less that same angle that it has in each of that paint brushes that he has in the reference. So as you see here, because of the 3D wrap tool, it allows us to move these and give an angle and a curvature that is quite interesting. But I found out that this was going to be a bit slow, and as some of the textures that I have, they are like too many in one same image. I decided I think it's better to get these with projections. I think it was going to be a bit more straightforward. So as you see here, I'm going to use the same way that we did before, with just projecting and getting this stuff in the right place. But now, before moving to create the entire thing that we are kind of committing to this, what I will do is I will create a new layer, and I will just, with a normal paintbrush, whatever brush from Substance, doesn't matter, I'm going to paint like really fast these lines just to kind of block out the position of them. So for this, I'm not going to use this layer for anything else than to knowing where do I want to place these lines. So basically, I'm going to kind of design where these lines, like these brushes, will be painted, right? So as you see, I'm bringing our reference with the pure ref here. I'm reducing the opacity, and I will use these to guide me and get these the paint positioned correctly. So as you see, I'm doing this, and I'm trying to match the position of our character in the reference. But as you see, for example, I was like a bit off with the position of the paint that we use, right? So I'm just painting really, really fast, just the main broad shapes of the paint. And with these will, as I mentioned before, I will use this as a reference for later applying and projecting, or in whatever way I will decide later to apply this paint, the final paint brushes. But at least now I have an idea of where this will be. More or less in the same way that we do sometimes in ZBrush, that we just do a quick block out with not so many details, just to have our shapes as a reference. In this case, we are doing now the same in Substance itself. So you see, I'm coming back to Substance, removing the pure ref, and here I'm realizing that all the textures that I did, they were like wrong. So I'm bringing, in our case, with the 3D wrap tool, I can bring this here. And with the one that we did the projections, most probably I will just remove it and create a new one and project again. So as you see here, I will just project in the same way. And again, as I did in previous lessons, this will be a bit of a repetitive process, because you will see me only like projecting in this way. So there is not a lot to talk about this, apart from that, be careful to not be repetitive in the textures itself, and try to use different each of the lines needs to be completely different from the other one, right? Like, you don't want these to look like, the problem with CG in general is that we whenever something is repetitive, it tends to be like really similar one from each other. In our case, we want to do this the most organic way as possible. And as you see, we don't have like so many paint textures in our asset library, but what I'm doing is like trying to rotate them in different ways, scale them, and also removing, using some areas where I apply the texture, but then I remove it with the same brush itself. So now I will speed up the process because again, it will be a bit repetitive and it's a long process. It took me like a couple of hours to paint all this, so it's not that I can compress this in like 5 minutes. So I'm speeding up this, and I will leave you with the time lapse itself. But a few things to consider is that I'm going to use this projection tool that I've been using like this, but in some moment I will find a really nice brush that give me like a really nice result, and with that I will keep painting with the brush itself and not all with projection. So you will see me with that brush later. And also at the end of the time lapse, you will see that I play a bit with the, like at the moment you will see me that I'm all the time in the base color. I'm painting directly in the base color, and it's something that I like to do to keep as this texture will be like the diffuse or the base color one. I like to paint it directly in that and not in the material. First of all, because it's optimized much more, and second, because I'm having a better preview of what's going to be the texture, right? But so at the end, I'm going to preview the material itself and I will play a bit with the height to see if this is giving me a nice result. So basically, again, as I mentioned before in other areas, the power of working with mask, I think is really important. And this is, I will keep repeating it on the entire process, because if we would want to paint this directly in a paint layer, then we don't have more flexibility with this, because we will need to delete stuff and stuff. In our case, because we are using this with a fill layer and a mask, it gives us a lot of flexibility. And even in the fill layer, if we want to add later a different color or even a different completely different texture, we have already that mask and allow us to change it like much easier than if we would project directly the paint itself. So that's, I think, is an important point. So now I will give you with the time lapse, and you will see like how all this process of painting this manually goes. So in this lesson, we will leave Substance for a bit, and we will jump onto Photoshop, where we will create this mask that we will use to do the tattoos in Substance itself. So for this, I'm going to bring our pure ref and just getting as a reference to start creating that lines. These are really simple texture, the one that needs the tattoos. And I think to create it in Photoshop and then import that into Substance will help us to get this process better. We could always try to create this procedurally in Substance, but in my case, I thought it was faster to do it now in Photoshop. I'm not an expert in Photoshop. I'm not super fast in Photoshop. I use it only in some cases. Yes, for post-production and stuff like that, but for creating these kind of textures, not in general. But I think with this, for this kind of texture, I think it was okay to use Photoshop. So basically, the only thing I'm doing is creating this triangular shape that has the tattoos, and then duplicate it a few times until covering the entire texture. And then I will export this, and we will import this to Substance and use it as a mask for this new layer that will be the tattoos itself. So as you see here, it's important to get the lines properly here. So this is like tileable, tileable to the sides. We don't care so the top and the bottom, but yes to the sides. So then we can connect it properly and in the inside of the arm. So as you see here, I'm going to just export this, and you can do it in TIFF or in JPEG, like doesn't matter so much. But in our case, I will export it in TIFF. And then again, once this is exported, we will jump to our next lesson where we will start applying this in Substance itself. In this lesson, we will come back to Substance and we will apply this texture that we created in Photoshop to create the mask for the tattoos. So I will just import the map here directly in the asset browser as we did before. And then I will throw it directly on the UV map in the UV window viewport. And with this, automatically will ask me if I want to apply this as a mask or a diffuse or roughness or in any of the channels. But I will choose to put it as a mask, and then just with the scale tool, I will just adjust it to get it in the position that I want. So this shows you how important it is to have a nice set of UVs and how some people overlook UVs. But in cases like this, to have a nice set of UVs, it helps a lot to getting something like this done. And for example, in our case, it's super helpful that we have like only one UV shell for the entire arm, and that the seam is in a hidden place. So we can have the entire tattoo go all around the arm in a really nice way. So as you see here, I'm just using in our case I just throw the texture on the planar, on the UV window, but now I'm trying different options because I'm not really happy with how it's projecting in the side of the body. I only want the tattoo to be in the arm. So with this, as you see, is going outside the UV shell that we have. So for this, and also I'm not really happy with how stretched is the texture. I think we are missing some of these triangles on the texture itself. I think we are a bit short of them. So later we'll go back to Photoshop to fix this. But first of all, I will go to our fill layer and I will add a filter and I will add a blur. So we don't have this sharp, because as is a tattoo, it has kind of a bit of a blurry thing. It's not super sharp, and we don't want this to look too CG. So for this, I will apply a really subtle blur, and this will give us a bit of more realism on that texture. But now I'm going back to Photoshop, where I will expand a bit more in the horizontal way this texture, because I wanted to add a bit more of this triangle or these triangular shapes. And also I was having the feeling that it was a bit too thin. So I'm replicating the texture again with a thicker line.
So then in the same way that we did in the last lesson, I will export this to TIFF. And the good thing of Substance is now, because of having this in a mask, we can just import the new texture and it will replace it automatically. And even if we will import any kind of texture here, it will replace it, like a black and white, right, to be a mask. But in our case, I'm still trying to fit this in a proper way, but I'm still not happy with how this is overdoing the UV shell. And I wanted to have it like really as in the reference, like really high in the arm. I could just push it down, but I'm not really happy with that. So I'm pushing this up, but before that I'm getting some color variation to the color of this, and also I'm duplicating the tattoo to the other arm to get a preview of how this will look. As I mentioned in our previous class, I'm not really happy at this point of how the texture is trespassing the UV shell and getting some textures in some of these tattoo in places where we don't want. So for this, what I will do is I will go back to Photoshop and I will start to modify the texture to follow better the UVs that we have, because the UVs, because of the way of how it's unfold, this is not like a perfect straight line. So considering how it looks like with this texture completely flat, I decided to go back to Photoshop and use a bulge and also an arch as a rough deformer to get this texture in a way that it will fit better with the UVs that we have in Substance itself. So basically I just did a quick deformation there in Photoshop and bringing back the texture to Substance. So as you see, I will apply this, and as you see now, it's starting to get a bit more straight in 3D because we have it bended in Substance, but in the 3D it looks much better. So here I'm going to add a bit more arch to this to get it nicer. And then again, going back to Substance, this is important to show you that there needs to be a back and forward process between software, and don't be afraid to jump from one to another. And again, Substance gives you that possibility of importing textures in fill layers that you have already. So these allow us to modify the mask as we want and not losing any of the details from there. So I think that's an amazing way of creating textures. So here, as you see, again, I'm going back to Photoshop. A bit of a back and forward process, but adjusting this in some areas there are some areas that it was a bit more like wider than other areas. So here I'm instead of using just an arch, I'm using the distort tool and modifying it a bit. But then I think I will be happy with this and come back here and then duplicate this, go to the other side, turn it around to get it like mirrored, and then with this, I think I'm more or less happy with the tattoo at this point. So I think I would call it a day with the tattoo and we will keep moving forward. In this chapter, and now that we have the base color more or less in place, we'll start creating the roughness map. So for this, as you see here, if we switch to the roughness, we have already a lot of information because we remember that with the paint and with the tattoos, we kept the roughness channel open, right? So we have now some variation there. But what we want to do is to get, what is important about the roughness is to get like a really nice color, like value variation in the entire body to get that kind of like roughness imperfections. And for that, as we have already the base color done, what we will do is we'll import in the roughness map in our base projection, where we imported the projections in one of the first texturing chapters. And we will put that as a roughness directly. And we will do the same that we did with importing the base color from the head, but we will import the roughness map that we did in our previous course in Mari. So, and in the same way that we did with the diffuse of the head, we will just mask mask all the rest of the body. But this time, instead of masking it painting, what we will do is we will use the power of having good UV shells, and we will use the fill mode from Substance, and selecting, as you see here, I'm adding a white mask, and then adding a paint layer. I will choose the fill mode, and I will need to put it in black, and then select all the faces that I don't want to be with that texture. So in this way, I do that, and then I will add another paint layer, and then paint and make this transition a bit more softer, because at the moment we have like this sharp transition between the roughness from the head and the roughness from the body. This is just a base. We will add more breakup to this, but at least we have a lot of free information from the diffuse that I think that's helpful to add some variation. But as you see here, we have still some issues from the texture that we had in the shoulders. Do you remember that in the first projections that we had, there was some of that issues? And we use another layer to fix that. So what we will do in this layer is we will take the base color layer that we did for this, as you see the projection back, and we will use something that is called an anchor point. So with an anchor point, you can tell Substance to take the information of that layer and apply it in another layer later. So I will show you now how to do it. But so as you see here, if I choose the roughness map, I don't have anything at this point, only have the one that is broken from the thing. So now I will add an arc, I do a right click in the layer and add an anchor point, okay? And then I will create a new folder called roughness, and there I will try to put like most of the roughness stuff that we don't have in the other layers. And I will go to the roughness channel, and I will go to anchor point and select the anchor point that we have here, and I will refer the channel from the base color, and the alpha behavior, it will be like keep alpha. And then here I will adjust the levels to get it to a more closer look than what we have in the base projections that we did before. So here we have this nice base for the roughness, and with this later we'll move forward to start adding a bit more imperfections to this. In this lesson, we will start using some procedural textures to add some variation to the entire body. So for this, I will create a new layer in the top that just for a preview, and I will add just a black color and keep the roughness how I have it in the other layers, right? So with this, I can preview the roughness in general in the character. So with this, I can go and fix the levels and everything from the roughness and preview it better in my material viewer. So for this, we'll create a new layer, a fill layer, and we will add a grunge map in the mask. And for this, we will use again the spots texture, procedural texture from Substance, that I think is super powerful because it allows you to control a lot. And as you see here, playing with the balance and the contrast, we will get some nice results for this. So for this, I will need to put this texture in triplanar projection, because if not, I'm getting a lot of that information. As you see here, we are getting the seams from the UV shells, so we don't want that. And so for this, in the mask, I will do a triplanar projection, and then working with the contrast, I want to get this like really contrasty, because we want to have these spots with a big difference between like areas of really rough and areas a bit more glossy. Because, for example, if you have a light next to you and you put your arm there and you see in the edge where you have the reflection, you will see that the glossiness of the skin is not all straight. You have a lot of mini imperfections. So that's why we are adding this spot. I like to add this spot mask to this to get this tiny imperfection. Don't go so crazy in terms of the small size, because we don't want this to get too noisy. But a scale like this, as you see here in screen, I think is quite decent for that, because it gives us it will give some nice glossy reflections when the light hits, but when you see it from the front, it's not going to make such a big difference. If you see in the chest there, we are getting some nice roughness variation, and I think that's what we are looking for. So as you see here, I keep switching from the roughness map to the material one to check how this is looking, and this is the power of Substance, right? Like to be able to preview this so quick and so straightforward. I think this is amazing. So again, now I'm doing some tests now with like the adjusting the levels and everything to see if I get a different result in terms of the texture. But eventually I will go back and remove what I'm doing now and come back and keep working on that procedural texture that we have. So as you see here I'm using an anchor point. I'm getting everything darker to see if this gives me a nicer result, but I'm not really happy with this, so I will go back here and adjust the levels to get a bit more of this nice look that we had before. But we are still getting like a big difference. In this case, we're getting a big difference between the head. So I will remove this, change this, and with a mask, I will remove all the area of the head to get the head how it was before. So we don't want to modify a lot of the head. We will add some small details in the head, but we don't want to modify much from what we did in our previous course. Basically, what we want is to match the body to the head. So again, as I said before, we will modify this later to get like a nicer result in the final render, but with general levels. But for now, we want to match the head with the body. In this lesson, now that we have the more finer roughness variation in place, we'll create a new layer and we'll start creating areas, like more bigger areas where there is a more rougher areas, right? So for that, what we'll do is we'll create a paint layer again, and we will adjust the levels to get to, again, not lose the details that we have under, but to get some areas that we can control the intensity of the roughness. So for this, we will again create a mask, as we've been doing all the time, and we will paint on top some areas that we know that it will be like rougher than the rest. For example, in the case of our character, the areas where we want to be like this, it will be mainly the knees and the elbows. And this is because if you even touch yourself, touch your elbow, right? You can see that the elbow itself is like rougher than the rest, right? And the same happened with the knees. And this happened in particular with people that does like sports or that they have a lot of outdoor life, because these are areas where they get extremely rough. Like if you see like older people or people that do a lot of sports, we tend to have that areas like not so soft skin. So this will help us a lot to give realism and to give more variation to this skin. So as you see, even in the diffuse, you can see that there is a variation there, because he maybe got like a bit dirty there or stuff like that, and that are things that accumulate with time. And also another area where we want to do it a bit rougher is the bottom of the feet, and some areas of the feet there to give a bit of more that feeling that he been walking around and stuff in the bare feet, right? So he doesn't have that really soft feet that someone that never did like that kind of outdoor life might have, right? So if you see here, if we check in the roughness map, you can see that these areas are like a bit more white, and that's why we are going to get that nice result when we do the render there. We don't want to go so crazy in terms of contrast, because we don't want this to be like extremely rough at the moment of not having any reflection. But yes, we want to have like a pretty strong variation between the rest of the body with this. And also again, as you see here, we have areas where it's the opposite, that we have like there are areas a bit more glossy. For example, the lips. Most probably I will reduce a bit the glossiness of the lips, because I think they're a bit too strong. But the paint, for example, needs to be much more glossier than the body, right? So that's why that areas are darker. So basically, what is important about the roughness map is to have this kind of strong variation, But now, as you see, I'm applying another levels for the entire thing, and then again using a mask, selecting areas where I want to reduce a bit that glossiness. For example, the lips were a bit too glossy. So even I saw in the renders from our previous course that they were a bit too glossy. So I want to reduce these for this time. So for this, I'm just with an organic brush, I'm going around and reducing a bit that glossiness in some areas. So as you see, as I was mentioning before, what is important is to have this kind of broad level variation in the glossiness, in the roughness. So then in Maya, we will be able to adjust the levels and control that much better. In this lesson, we will start adding a bit more glossiness to the nails. So we have that kind of like really nice variation between what is the nail that is much more glossy than the rest of the body. And also for this, we will apply again a paint layer, and we will apply with a pass-through, we will apply levels, and we will, with a mask, we'll just go there and mask, like start with a black mask, and then with a white paint, we'll start adding white to the areas of the nail to get that areas like much more glossy than the rest. So okay, as I'm repeat again, the darker areas are the more glossy ones, and the whiters are the more rough. So with this, I just add this. I do a mix between looking in the material and looking in the map itself of the roughness to get that right, and to start having the feeling if it's working correctly or not. And as you see here, I'm more or less happy with how glossy they are, but also I need to get a different color because there is a slight change of color in the nails itself, a bit more a pinkish tone to it. So I will take, with the same mask, I will take the color, and using the HSL, I will change the hue and the lightness to get a bit more of a pinkish color to the nails. Just here I'm testing the HSL in the entire body for later applying the mask. And getting it the closest I can to the reference, right? So if we see, I keep, this helps me to get the color, also helps me to pre-visualize better in the material view, so I can see and follow the geometry. And that's why here is important to have the normal maps, so we can have all the detailed information. And as you see, I'm going to, even if it is a concept and it's not a lot of really like realistic information, that I want to get like a bit closer to what he has in the concept in terms of like the variation between the nails and the body. But also I'm looking at, in my other monitor, I'm looking at real life reference of nails. So if you see here, I keep adjusting the levels and to get the roughness. We don't want to get this super glossy because we don't want this to be like to look like nail polish, but yes, a bit glossier than the rest of the body. In this lesson, and it will be the last one of this chapter, we will add a quick levels. Again, same workflow as before, adding a paint layer, putting the pass-through on the roughness, and applying the levels directly to the layer. And with this, what we will do is, I want to give a bit more contrast to this, because to have like a bit of a wider range between the whiter areas and the darker areas. And with this will give me more contrast in Maya later in V-Ray, when I will go into do this to get more control. If we have, like, most probably whatever roughness we will take out from here is not going to be the final roughness. It won't be exactly this. We will need to adjust the levels in Maya itself while testing the renders. As you see here, for example, I thought it was going to be like a good level of color, the roughness how it was before, but when I tried now in the material view, I was seeing that it was a bit too rough, everything. So again, I go back to the levels and adjust the slide around to get like a bit nicer result with that. But as I'm saying again, we most probably will export this in like thinking that this is the correct roughness, but then maybe in Maya we will need to adjust it and maybe come back to here when we do the look dev. Maybe we'll need to come back to here to change the levels of this, right? And as you see now, I added like that small grunge imperfections that we had. I increase the glossiness so to get like a bit of that small reflections because I was not getting it. So now I'm more or less happy with the roughness. In this chapter, we'll start creating the bump map. And for this, we will do the same that we did for the roughness and for the diffuse, for the base color, sorry. And we will bring back our texture from the head from our previous course. And we'll use that with a mask to get the face done. And then we will try to match the rest of the body to that texture from the head. So if you see here, we will import the bump map directly to our asset library. And we will, in the same way that we did before, we will apply this, and then we will follow the same thing that we did for the roughness, that we will take our diffuse from the body, the projection map that we did in the base color, and we will apply it later in the rest of the body. So as you see here, we imported the map, like the bump map, but is everything dark? What's happening, right? This is why, because when we did it, we worked in linear, and most of the information that we worked, see, the information is there when you apply the bump, but most of the information is below 0. So for that, we need to go to our layer and apply levels. And as you see, all the information was below 0, so we're not seeing it. So if you adjust the levels, we will be able to start seeing this. And in this way, it will be much easier to preview for us than if it is all black. And at the end, we are not going to have like a massive difference in result, let's say. So what is important is to have variation in the bump. We have a lot of our information in the displacement, so it's not we're not using the bump so strongly. The bump will be only to add a bit of variation of on the skin and, for example, in the area of the paint and stuff like that. So as you see here, we have our head there already, and the rest of the information that it came from the other layers that we already had, like that, the paint and the tattoos. Now that we have our head in place, we will bring our textures, our base color as we did with the roughness. And for this, as you see, we see everything black again with this. So we'll need to apply again a levels to get the projections visible. So if you see, we reduce this and we are more or less in place. And we will need to do the same for the projections that we did in the shoulders. And again, using an anchor point as you did the last time, we will use, again, our levels to adjust the color and match it to the head. So again, as you see, it's a bit repetitive, this part of the process, because what we want is to get some kind of free information from the diffuse. We are not going to use this entirely because, again, and we don't care so much about this because we have all that information on the displacement. We are not relying on the bump like 100%. The bump is just to add a bit of variation, and especially what will be important for the bump in our case, it will be especially the paint areas, the areas where he has the paint. So as you see here, we are getting this really strong bump at the moment, right? We don't need it. We don't need it so strong. So we will apply levels, and we will play with the levels to get this in a more natural look, right? So, and for this, I'm bringing the chest paint up in the stack to get it visible. And for this, what I'm doing in the height, I'm going to do it instead of black, how it was in the roughness. I want to apply it and do it like much lighter than the rest, right? So it's higher because the paint is higher. So for this later, we will use that levels adjustment that we did that we just did, and we will modify the levels to get like a nicer result, because at the moment it's really strong. I'm previewing it now again with the black color in the top, but we don't want it so strong. We want just like a subtle thing, like as you see here, and with this we will get like like a much nicer look there, because again we are not relying a lot on this, and we don't want to overdo the bump, because in some cases we see, like in a lot of CGR, that the bump is a bit too strong, and we don't need this in our case, and especially again because we have a lot of that information already in the sculpt. So this, but what it will help us, the bump, is to control the roughness also. As you see here, once we add more bump, the surface gets a bit rougher. So that's when, like, the relation between the roughness and the bump is really important. So again, as I said before, one of the most important things from our bump is the matter of getting that paint popping up, right? We could, as we did in the head the last time, we could go back to, we're not going to do it in this course because of a matter of time, because I already took too much of your time here, but you can always go back to ZBrush and apply the paint layer, the base color in ZBrush, and sculpt on top of the paint here and get all the details a bit stronger than with a bump. But for this, we are here in Substance, so we are going to apply this in the bump. And we will do the same with the tattoos, and we will add slightly a bit of bump to the tattoos, not really strong, but yes, if you see a tattoo of someone, like, you can see that there is ink there, right? So this is a bit protruding out the skin itself. So not so strong as what you just saw before, but we want a bit of variation to get that small difference between the skin and the tattoo itself. So as you see here, I'm just testing out. This is not something that goes right in the first check. And again, I go back to the material view and check if I'm happy with the result, turning around, seeing with the lighting, like how it behaves. And again, this mix between the roughness, controlling the roughness and the bump, will give me the result that I want. As you see here, I keep playing a bit with the tattoo because it's looking a bit too CG at the moment. So changing, again, the base color, the roughness, and the height, it give me In this chapter, we will start adding some more details, and these kind of details that starts telling the story of the character, right? And for this, we will go back to our base color, but we will work the base color, the roughness, and the bump at the same time. And for this, what we want to do is to start adding scars to this character. So for that, what I'm going to cheat a bit, and I will import a smart material from I know that the plastic's rough material from Substance has like really nice scars and really nice scratches, let's say. So what I'm doing is I will import this, and as you see here, this looks really as plastic at the moment, but I'm removing all the other layers and just keeping the one from the scratches. And for this, as you see, like this looks really procedural, right? Because we have scratches all over the place. But what we will do is we will take these scratches that we have, and yeah, I'm testing here, as you see, like, because I like some of that kind of ambient occlusion thing that it gave me, the plastic, but yeah, I don't think I will use it. It was just to see how it look. But so yes, I will use the scratches, and what I would do is, as you see here, I'm trying to get like a more bloody color to this, and again playing also with the roughness and with the height, trying to get this like look like it's a scar that is already dry from a fight. So for this, I will try first with some, like, I have the mask where the scar is, and then inside, instead of having a plain color, I want to apply like a grunge map from Substance, and with this we will get variation within the scar. So as you see, I'm applying a fill layer, and then I'm going to one of the grunge maps from, like, one of the dirt maps from Substance, and applying this as a overlay and checking different blended modes to see like the result that gives me, right? So in this case, for example, I'm going to apply another layer with a color here, another fill layer, and I will get that color from there. But I'm not super happy with this result. I think this is looking a bit too, I don't know, not really natural. So what I would do now is I will import a texture, like kind of a blood texture that I have from another project. I really don't know from where I got this texture. I think I got it from Googling it. And this will give me like a really nice variation and kind of this bloody look to this. And as you see, like if I remove the mask, you can see that it's a triplanar texture that is in the entire body, right? So as you see now, we are getting a bit more this looking like as blood. We need to be careful with how bright is this. So I take a bit at levels and adjust this. But what we want is to have this kind of different colors between the scars, that not all the scars they look the same. And here, as you see, I'm going to try different, like a grunge map for the mask, but I'm getting a really nice happy accident here, because I was looking for just that scratches, but now I realize that there is like, if I use this mask, I will get some really nice kind of bruises in some areas. For example, I really like how it looks in the right arm. So I will duplicate this and I will save that layer for later, and you will see that in our next lesson I will go back to this and I will use it. But for now, so if you see, for now I will stay in my scratches layer, and I will try again importing another grunge and using it as a multiply to reduce and to remove some areas where we have the scratches, because we don't want the scratches in the entire body. We want the scratches only in some areas. And then with a paint layer, we'll go back and remove some areas where we don't want the scratches, right? So what is important at this point is to, with all these details, to not get it in all over the body, because that will look like super fake, because it's impossible that he has this all over the place. So it's good to have like some kind of nice variation between areas with more scratches and areas with less scratches. And it's good to have like different sizes of this, right? So for example, if one area there are a lot really compressed, for example, and we have a lot of scratches, in some areas only 1 or 2 scratches around there. And this will tell a story and say, okay, the guy maybe, I don't know, was crawling and going somewhere like between plants and stuff like that, and he got, for example, in his hand, he got some of these scratches, or in the leg, but it's not that it's all over the place. So this is when we are telling the story of the character like this. So here is this important mix between using procedural textures, but also using hand paint to get a more natural result. And again, going back to what I say, we are telling stories here. So that's what we want to do. And also, again, as I said before, it's important that this also is a fun process, right? Like this adding this manually, I think is one of the nicest parts of the texturing process. So as you see now, I'm just adjusting things around and adjusting the roughness and the height. So we have this looking a bit nicer. So the roughness needs to be a bit less rough and a bit more glossy in the areas, because it will reflect a bit more. And with the height, like in some areas, it's good to have it like the scar under to look that is like more like a new scar, and then if we have the blood going outside, it looks that is like a scar that got dry, right? In this lesson, we'll continue with these details that we add, and we'll go back to our happy accident, and we will have this layer that we got by coincidence. We got all this really nice information, and for this, like, I will keep this mask, but I will, because I really like how it looks like this, I don't care that it's not a triplanar and we have like all the seams there, because I only want these details in some places. So as you see here, I'm really quick, like removing the seams just with a paint layer, and keeping the information in the areas where I want. Again, we want to add these kind of details, not all over the place, because if not, it will look super procedural, but just in some areas to tell our story. So for example, in our case, this will end looking kind of like bruises or some areas with like blood, something like that. So if you see in the diffuse, looks really nice. But it's important to have some areas where we have like really big patches of this, and areas where we have a bit small, and to have like some kind of harmony between them, right? We don't want these to look symmetrical in any way. So for example, if I apply this in one leg, I apply different in the other leg. So basically what we are doing is to using the power of procedural materials, of procedural textures, and using the paint tools to remove this instead of like paint it directly ourselves. We are removing information. And with this, for example, I really like how it looks in the face, a bit of these details and blood. So I'm going to keep some of that there. And now, using an HSL, I'm going to adjust a bit the color of this to get it better, and to see if I want to go a bit more in the bluish tone to do it more like a bruise, or I like it like when it's like more bloody thing, right? Because it's kind of, it's not really defined if it is a bruise or it's like kind of a scar with blood, but I think it looks really interesting, right? So it's a bit of a mix, like for example that he was fighting and he fall, and that kind of like mixing that he hurt himself, and also he got a bruise from there. So as you see, there are some areas also that they look really interesting to look like if they're like blood pieces, right? Like dry blood there. So I think we are getting closer to get this done, right? And I think it's looking really nice in this way. And again, I repeat again, let's be careful to not have this all over the place, but just in some important areas, and kind of balancing between one side to another one, right? Now I'm just cleaning up the areas where I don't want this, and turning the light from, like pressing shift, I'm turning the light around and seeing what I like. And last for this, I'm working again with the height and with the roughness to see if I want this to be protruding out or protruding in, and see what's the result that I want to do. As I told you before, this was a happy accident. I was not looking for this result, but as I got it and it looks really nice, and it kind of like is a way to show that he's a warrior and that he went through fights. I think it was nice to test things around. And as you see, I'm not committing to anything yet because I'm not sure what I want from this, but so I'm playing around with the levels and the roughness and the height to get something like as nice as possible. So as you see, I'm almost done with this, and now we will go in our next lesson. We will go to more auxiliary maps. So we work with the SSS and stuff, but I think for the diffuse, roughness, and bump, we are more or less set up with this. I think it's looking nice in general. But for sure, I encourage you to keep going and adding more details to this. Now that we have all our textures done, we will go to export, and we will go to output templates, and we'll select the V-Ray Next material metallic roughness. And we will duplicate this to get one specifically for us, because we don't want all these layers there, all these maps, and we will put warrior there to know that it's for this project. And then coming here, I will come and remove some of the ones that we don't want. So for example, we don't need the emissive because we don't have any lighting here. We don't need like a few of them. So we will keep only colors, base color, roughness, metallic, and bump. So as you see here, we just need to select here like the location of where we are going to export the maps. We'll create a new folder where we put the final textures here. We'll select the folder for later exporting all the textures there. So as you see here, we need to, in output template, we need to select our warrior V-Ray Next, and then I will select that all the textures will be exported in 4K. And then also I like to export it in TIFF because it works better in general, and I put it 16-bit to get like the most of the information. Then I press export, and this will take a while, but it will get all the textures exported. Once we get the textures exported, you will see we'll go back to our browser. And there we go. Everything's set up. And now we'll close this. We'll go back to our browser here, and I will show you here how we have all the textures already exported. As you see, we need to check that everything it looks good here, and it looks quite clean and everything. So I think I'm happy with this export. But now the only thing that we are missing from these textures, now that we have all these textures there, is we need to work on the SSS materials, in the SSS mask, sorry. And these are like some auxiliary maps that will help us in the look depth process. In this lesson, we will start creating some of the auxiliary maps that will be the subsurface. So in our case, we will start with the subsurface mask. So what we will do is we need to mask areas where it will have, or unmask areas where we will have more subsurface than the rest of the body. So this will be like kind of the secondary subsurface that we will have. We will have a subsurface that is more all over the place and a subsurface that is stronger and deeper. That, for example, that we have that subsurface in the ears or in the toes and fingers, right? So for that, we will use the fill as a fill layer. We will use our thickness map that we baked at the beginning, and as you see, we have this result, right? That again, we had some weird seams there, but we don't care because in that areas we don't need these. And for this, we created a new texture set that is the scattering color, right? And for this, we created as a base layer, we put it black. And then in this new layer, we put it in completely white. And then we use a mask to make this transition, and using our thickness map and levels to invert it, and then a paint layer to adjust this a bit more manually. We are going to get this nice mask to get the areas where we want more subsurface and the areas where we don't want this kind of super deep subsurface map, right? So later in our course of look depth, we will go a bit more in detail on this, and we will use these maps and we will adjust them and stuff like that. But for now, what is important is to get this map right, and the areas where we need more subsurface, there will be around the ears, in the fingers, in the tip of the finger especially, and in the toes. And then some areas like around the eyes and nose and stuff like that, like with a tiny little bit more. But the rest of the body will need to be, for this mask, needs to be completely black. So as you see here, I'm using, in this case, I'm using symmetry, because again, this is something that we don't care to have a symmetrical thing here, because it's not something that will be super visible. But I think with that, we are more or less okay. So now we are going to the export settings, and we are going to add this in our V-Ray Next options of export. We will just add a new map that we will export, and we will put SSS2, and we will select our scattering color there. So with this, later we will be able to export this together with all the other maps. And now we need to do the second or the first subsurface that you will see will create another texture set. And we will add to this, again, as we did before, I will put it completely black. Or in our case, yeah, I will do it. I will bring this layer to the bottom, and I will put it only the subsurface there. So for this mask, I'll put it completely white. And then for what we want in this map is that this will be the subsurface the mask for the subsurface that will be in the entire body. So what we want to remove from this, so we put it completely white, and we just want to remove some areas, and which will be the areas that will be the tattoo and the paint. That are the areas where we don't have so much subsurface, because like it's not skin, right? In the paint might have a bit of subsurface because of the how the material works, but not in the same way as the skin. So we want to have some difference in the subsurface in that way. Like the paint will be a bit more solid. And with the tattoos, because it's ink, it will have a different subsurface also. So as you see here, I'm getting this, and I'm importing again the mask from the tattoos and from the paint to get, sorry, I'm not importing them. I'm just applying this texture set, the subsurface one color there and adjusting it to get it like a bit darker. So as you see in the areas of the paint and the tattoos, we're going to have a bit less subsurface than on the rest of the body. And now adjusting a bit more this, and the last step will be to, as we did with before that, sorry, I'm removing also a bit of subsurface to the areas where we have the scar and the bruises to have it like a bit different subsurface. But what I would do is I will go the other way around. The entire body will have a bit less subsurface, and the areas of the bruises will have more subsurface, because like that's something that as is a part of the skin that is hurt. We might see a bit more of the blood, and the blood is more, it has more subsurface than the skin itself. So I inverted that and I had the bruises like that. So now again, I'm going back to the export settings and getting this new layer there. In this lesson, we will go back to ZBrush and we will do as I put this like the name pose, but it's not that we're going to change the pose here. What we're going to do is to fix, for example, all the time we kept the fingers and the toes like really separate from each other, right? To make our retopology process easier and to make our texturing process easier. But now we want to have these in the right position, right? And if you see at the moment our toes, they are like too separate from each other. So for this, we are going back, creating a new layer, putting it pose, and then in the lowest subdivision, I'm coming back and with masking, and with the transpose master, with the transpose tool, I'm moving the toes around to get them in a more natural pose. So as you see, I'm getting like the small toes there, and slowly trying to match the reference as we see in the left. So this will give us, again, we are not getting like the final pose at this moment. We will do that when we have all the assets and everything, but at least we have like a more natural pose, and it looks that he's standing in a more natural way, let's say, and not so like with the toes all open, right? So that wouldn't be like super nice to see. So in this case, I'm just adjusting with the move topological. And I think we are more or less good with that. So after this, we will proceed to fix some details, for example, in the nails and stuff. And here I'm adjusting a little bit the pose because I thought it was a bit too forward. Testing some stuff, not really happy with that, going back. And here, checking that everything is good. And then here, as I was mentioning, we need to go to the nails. The nails were not really like well sculpted, so I'm going here and smoothing the things around to get more of that polished surface that it has a nail, and with not so many details that it was before, right? Because before I didn't really take care of that, but with this, I'm getting this result like much smoother now. So as you see at this point, we have already the textures done. We came back to the sculpt. I encourage you again to come and sculpt more details at this point. It's important to being able to go back and forward between software. It's not that when we start a texturing process, we are completely committed to the sculpt. We can change the sculpt as soon as we keep the UVs. I think it's good. So here, as you see, I keep adjusting the nails and stuff. And then after this, I think we are good to go to export our displays. But as I mentioned before, I encourage you to keep adding details, to import the textures here, and as we did in our previous course, to add details following the texture itself. Now I think we can consider our sculpt done. So at the moment, we are not going to really pose the character as our reference, because this we want to keep it like in this A pose, a bit more relaxed as we did in our previous lessons, but still like an A pose for later create the clothing and everything, and then we will do the posing at the end when we have the entire character. So for now, we will consider this our mesh done, and
the last thing we will do here in ZBrush will be to export displacement maps for this. So for this, what I will do is I will save my file to be sure that nothing goes wrong while exporting the maps. This will take a while because it's a pretty heavy file. Just give me a second. This file is like 20 million polygons, and I had some other elements there, but there we go. It was not too bad. So now that we have these, the only one important thing to consider is that sometimes the displacement map, they tend to crash when there are too many layers. So what I like to do is, as I save the file already, now I will break all the maps. I will just go here to have the preview like this. So now we have only one layer or no layers at all. So this will help ZBrush to export the displacements better. So here we will come to C plugin. We'll go to multi-map exporter. And here in displacement, we'll go to, here we will export it in 4K. You can export it in 8K also if you want. Depends, I think with 4K should be enough for now. And then export options, displacement, and then here in this tab. So here there are a few things that we need to consider. Here we will export this as 32 bits. We'll export it as EXR. We'll keep the mid value in 0, okay? And the DP subpix and adaptive is like, there are two things that you can do to increase resolution, but in general, I didn't find a big difference using these two. And then smooth UVs, I will turn it off, and free channels, I will keep it off. So with these, just with these parameters, I will come here, create maps, and I will go here to my folder here, and in texturing, I will come here to displacement, and I will press save and export. So this will take a while because it's 20 million polygons. It will take like maybe a minute and a half or two. If you export in 8K, it might take a bit longer. So like maybe be careful with that, because if you, depending on the power of your computer, if you export in 8K, it might take like half an hour, or even more. Now that we have our textures done, we will open one of these in Photoshop so we can see how it looks and check if everything went right. Like the matter that we have all the units there is a good sign, but now when we open, you should see something like this in your Photoshop. So with really dark areas, really like whiter areas, and this shows you that the displacement is in a good place. Hey everyone, this is a small bonus track that I was not planning to include it in the tutorial, but as I ended doing it for the renders for the presentation, I think that it was nice to show you how I did it. That is how to create the nails. And for this, what I did is I was planning to use the nails directly, like embedded in the geometry, as you saw me doing in Substance and everything, but I decided that was not giving me like the best result possible, so I decided to take the geometry of the character, and as we did within the geometry, we did the nails like following the topology with nice edge loops. Like they are not perfect, but at least they are like kind of easy to select and everything. I decided that I was going to extract these meshes and duplicate it, and as you see me here, what you see me doing here, is selecting with the tab tool, with the tab key, and with that I can select a lot of faces without having to click one by one, and that's a great tool in Maya to select much faster. And what I'm doing here is selecting the nails from the hands and from the feet, and then extracting them. And with these, I will use this one. And they are not, as I mentioned before, the topology is not following perfect this. So what I would do is I will
I would select later the geometry from the body, and I will do it like as a live surface, and then I will move the things around with. I will move our nails around still when they are thin without the thickness to match to keep matching the geometry, and I will push everything around to get it in the right position. After that, I will give thickness to this. What you see me doing here is that I'm just fixing some errors from the moment that I extracted the nails, because I can see here that I miss a few faces. So basically what I'm doing is extracting that faces again and then merging together with the nails and combining it together and then merge all the vertices. So once I hide that, as I was mentioning, I will use the entire mesh as a live surface, and I will arrange the nails to fit the position properly. So for this, I'm exporting here a bit of a higher resolution of our character. I will import this and select this and create and make it live. So with this, with our modeling toolkit, I will move the things around in the same way that we did the topology. But in this way, I can show you also that there are different use cases for the modeling toolkit, right? It's not just to do like a retopology of the character. So as you see me here, I'm moving the things around, pressing B to have soft selection, and getting the nails more or less in the right place. And then after this, what I would do is I will give thickness to this. I will add some support edges, just in the borders to get the thing like a bit more control. And then I will have our nails ready to merge with our character. So again, as I mentioned, this was just a small, fast bonus track that we have here, and just to show you the power of the Quadro tool, and to show you, now that I did it, that I have it here, like to share with you how was my process for this. Hello, I wanted to use this last video to say thank you so much for arriving to the end of the course. If you arrive here, it means that you put a lot of effort on it, and I really appreciate it. There is a lot to come in our next courses, so I hope to see you soon there, and please don't hesitate to ask if you have any question about all the content that we learned in the last days.